It's fine. Oh, Izzy, hello. Thank you for the lark. Hmm. Shoot. Shoot. I got lazy today and starting. I was very exhausted from... I don't know what. Just very exhausted. Wanted nothing more than to be a vegetable and watch McCall and maybe look at Starfield all day. So how are you doing, Brave Big Gamers? I'm on super late because I just got tired. At least late for Saturday. What do you want now? You're a member of the family that owns this place. Alright. Sure am, Frederick Weiss. Some call me Freddy, most call me shit. Oh, please stop. Or something along those lines. I'm also the current record holder for the Club 88 pitch and toss, which is to say I throw dead beats harder and farther than anyone else around these parts. High watermark is that piece of tape over yonder. The guy was an orc, too. Hefty. But he simply soared that day. Are any businesses on the side? Now, I may take the occasional payment to look the other way in a can. Or be in the can when a fight breaks out. But I have enough on my plate that I really can't take much else. Take on much else. Training, you see. I love what I do, but I gotta work hard to stay in peak condition. I've also got some steps in mind. So I'm working harder than that. Big plans, you wait and see. I also play the drums. Why are you searching some people than others? This is a private club. There's 3 pounds of people. There's 3 kinds of people I let in: members, guest of members, and people who make a really good case. The latter 2 get a really good search before they go in the door, unless they're what's kind of like Ching or the Emperor of Japan or something. I don't care if someone has a cyber spur or a holdout pistol or whatever. Well, we can't have serious weapons or non-members inside. Ma sells some big stuff too, but she puts electronic trigger locks on her merchandise until they're out the door, so people don't get dumb ideas. This is a no assassination safe zone. Serious weapons go into the weapons check, unless you're a member. That way, if a big firefight breaks out, the members will have the upper hand. We keep the killings very rare. Most will happen when some members get all fried up, decide to settle score with box cutters or something. So I'm a member now. You work for kindly as a Shadowrunner, no less. That makes you a member. Remember the rules: no fighting unless you know. It comes down to that. You're ready to skip off unless you're ready to skip off the concrete. Sure, lurk away. Hope you're doing well, Babylon Soul. I hope your dinner goes well too. Well, something's in the red here. Give me a minute. Okay, I see now. I think we're good. It's just a weird hiccup. Okay. I'm doing alright. I've been sleepy all day, which is why I'm on and doing an evening stream, and I'm probably going to be on kind of doing a longer stream tonight. Simply because I have the house mostly to myself. I can just make noise. But yeah, you know, I'm not like I do, but, you know, whatever. Yeah, oh, nice. Well, it still says it's hiccuping, but it doesn't look like it. No killing either. If you got legitimate killing business, go do it somewhere else. People come here to have a good time. You're really just trying to minimize collateral damage, aren't you? Pretty much. I'll leave you be. Okay, good. Yep. Alright. The Troll Patriarch of Club 88 gently polishes a collection of old wooden belaying pins. These are but a few of the nautical touches that struggle vainly to assert their theme against the club's otherwise glassy neo-punk decor. Back again? Not just another ship passing in the night? Just a landlubber, reckon you're not? You reckon rightly. I haven't been on the water for far too long. Sounds like you miss it. Don't I strike you as the king of the island nightlife? You can take the man out of the ocean, but you can't take the ocean out of the man. Ain't that the truth? So how can I help you? What was it like out on the high seas? Better when I was younger. Things were simpler then, if not terribly profitable. Got my start on fishing trawlers just by barely scraping by. Good folk, though. And there it goes. It's full green now. Over the years, I made a name for myself, as one does. Got more regular work, on better crews, eventually earned a spot on the tugboat. Spent the bulk of my years crewing ocean-going tugs for Wuxing. Or Wuxing. The big ships, the tankers, the bulkers, container ships, seabed miners. We're all run by technical crews and computers now. The smaller merchant boats, there's still a little seafaring left, but not much. But on the tugs, the supply boats, the salvage crafts, that's where there's still a place for the old-time sailors. It matters if you can wrap a cable on a winch. Matters if you can wrap a cable on a winch in 30-foot seas. Jury-rig a diesel engine, and keep a boat on course with the wheel and the binnacle. Just a wheel in the binnacle after the bridge windows all blow out. It was a hard life, but good. Why'd change your vocation? Why does a man give up drinking or sell his strike or throw out his porn collection? For a woman, of course. And I had me one hell of a woman. Still do. This place was a dream, a business, a home for us together. Hard to deny worth in that, no matter how much I miss what I once had. No, sir, no regrets. No regrets at all. We gotta talk to Eos. Her red-headed elf is hunched over her table, her eyes firmly locked on a disassembled micro-drone she has spread out across it. The name tag on her jumpsuit's collar says Eos in bold letters. After a few moments, she sighs heavily and mutters under her breath. come on, don't tell me I lost the EMS transducer. Eos frantically begins searching around the area of the table, methodically sifting through cigarette butts, stale gum, and orange peels. She squeals with excitement as she finds a small circuit. Gotcha. That's a relief and a half. She places it gingerly in one of her pockets. As she turns her attention back towards the table, she spares you a quick glance. Watch your step. I don't think anything else fell off the table, but I won't know for sure until I get this back together. Are you sure a bar is the best place to do drone repair? No, but the guy who lives next door is doing some heavy duty electrical work, and it's filling my apartment with static electricity. Didn't want to risk frying this little guy's guts. She leans over, peering closely at some particular part. Ah, crap, this is gonna take more work than I thought. Oh well, another time. Sweeping the drawing pieces up into a pile with her hands, she scoops them into one of her jumpsuit's many pockets. She turns to face you, giving you her full attention. You're kindly hired to help, aren't you? The name's Eos. Not a lot of cameras? Well, it's also the Greek Titan of Dawn, but you wouldn't associate me with cameras, okay, I guess? I mean, I'm more of a drone person, but I guess I could fix your camera too, if you had one. Nice to meet you. Glad to get your name. It's a whole lot nicer than that foreigner, which seems to be what most of the locals call you. She pulls out a business card made of stamped sheet metal and places it on the table. We're in the same line of work, you know. You ever need a rigger, look me up. Very affordable rates, and I guarantee results. How did you become a rigger? Always loved cars, old ones, new ones. Even the beaters that are falling apart and you have to hold together with baling wire and chewing gum. I like drones too, but my first level was a 2034 Alfa Romeo Farinella. Drove that thing until the wheels fell off. Did some work with the Atlanta film industry at first as a stunt driver. I paid for my first vehicle control rig. It also got me into drone rigging, since smaller projects usually need camera riggers for aerial shots. Fun times, but the pay in the CAS isn't like it is in Hollywood. It's all small scale stuff. Film work's a long way from being a Shadowrunner. Sure is, but when your mom gets sick and you can't afford to pay her medical bills, you start looking for alternatives. You turn to the shadows, you find out there's all kinds of people who want getaway drivers. Especially if the drivers also have drones fitted with high-caliber weapons. I started to make a name for myself. Took some jobs for Comanche Mafia, smuggling things in and out of the Pueblo Corporate Council. Eos spreads her hand helplessly, grinning. And here I am. Once I got a taste for the adrenaline, I never looked back. Too much of a rush out here on the edge. How'd you get a street name? Honestly, it's my sunny disposition. I'm not even kidding. I have this friend in Vegas, a real rich old money type from Dubrovnik. He'd fallen on hard times mostly because he couldn't play cards for shit. Great fixer though, because everybody loved him. He's the one who gave it to me. Eos, he said to me. Your new name should be Eos, because whenever you show up, it's like the breaking dawn in my office. Could have chummed bees out of their hives, I swear to God. Last I heard, he'd finally gotten enough money to pay his debts and get the hell back to Europe. Sure hope he did. I like to imagine him sitting on the Adriatic, sipping a Negroni and reading a spy bottle. Have a preferred kind of job? Heists. Anytime we can get under a ticking clock, racing against time, and get away in a cloud of burning rubber, that's where it's at for me. One of the best jobs I've ever had was to run on a branch of Frankfurter Bank Bankverein in Nice. The cops were hot on our ass as soon as we got out of the vault, because the Decker had been dumped from the system before we could switch the alarm. So we rushed outside, right? And our getaway car is a Skoda RK3 that I'd mounted up with a supercharger and a kinetic energy recovery system. Didn't look like much, but man, that car could haul. We burned through those French streets like we were right out of an old Frankenheimer movie. Glorious getaway. Anyone Riku can walk away from is a good one. You said it. In the aftermath, glorious. 2 weeks of lounging on the beaches of Corfu, of eating fresh perch while you caught on the rocks. Revlon always wanted to poach it, but come on, you gotta grill that. You gotta grill fish that for us, fresh. You gotta grill fish that fresh. Later, Yos. See ya. Don't be afraid to call. Alright. Looking to score. Let's know a little more about you. Me? Why would you want to know anything about me? I'm nothing. I sling poison to the dregs of AOA. It's not like I ever wanted anything more than this, right? I can see it on your face. I probably see it all over mine. What good would an education serve someone like me? I'd ever consider making something out of myself. To go places. Sure, I can fill out a suit like nobody's business. People see a troll in Armani, they see an organ gardener's monkey. Nah, this is the place for me. This is where I belong. How many shots does it take to lay out someone your size? I'll let you know if it ever happens. Whoa. Alright. Let's talk to Ermine for a minute. How'd you end up selling guns out of here? Back when my husband worked for Wu Xing, he had a little side operation. Smuggling weapons right under the corporation's nose. Strictly small time, but barely worth a risk. But it brought in a little extra money, which is what we desperately needed. But Henry was never good at brokering the deals. He hated that part of the business. Didn't care to haggle. Always meant leaving money on the table. We fought about it often, and one day he told me to handle it if I cared so much, so I did. As it turned out, I was better at it. Much better. I'd worked in the business world before the boys were born. I knew how these things must be done, so I began to make all the deals. I secured the product, I found the buyers. In time, we didn't even need Henry to babysit the shipments. Our influence had grown strong, and now we run everything safely from dry land. Right, I just upgraded. What did I just upgrade anyway? Range combat. Something's not right. Not right at all. Feels as though Paul hangs over Club 88. A few patrons of the dance floor and far more harsh conversations and raucous frivolity. Her mind scans the too thin crowd as if she could suss out the reason for a change. Has it gotten like this before? Once or twice. 10 years we own the place. Usually when it gets this way, it's for obvious reasons. The death of someone beloved in AOA. Or terrorist attack getting too close to home. This time, I don't know. But it doesn't matter. When spirits are down, people drink, and when spirits are high, people drink. We make money either way. I just prefer knowing which way the winds are blowing. Most for being an old sailor's wife. You said you worked in the corporate sector. Oh yeah. I was with Baihu for many years, before the boys were born. I started as low as one could get, but I was always good with people. I understood the politics better than most. Being a troll in the corporate world is very hard. There's a lot of bigotry. However, I turned it to my advantage every way I could. People underestimated me. I used that in every way I could, and sometimes being able to project raw, contained power is very useful. Slowly, I climbed the ladder. Sometimes I wonder what might have been. If Callum had to come along when he did. There's no change in the past. Things with Callum any better? No, he's become more distant of late. More secretive. I saw him talking with someone the other day. Kind of person who doesn't belong in Halo and shouldn't even be here. I don't know who they were or what they wanted, but Callum is clearly trying to hide it from me. I have a bad feeling. The same heavy feeling that hangs over this place. Something is wrong. Something bad is coming for my son, and I don't know if I can stop it. I'm sorry, I shouldn't bother you with my worries. Surely you have more important business. Alright. Can I make 900 new yen? Sell that. Sell that. That's that. Okay. There we go. Alright, cool. Get my fingers sticky again from Pop-Tart filling. The other of the two of Kafai's sons is once again lost in his cups. He watches, bleary-eyed, as patrons pass him by. Something in his expression makes it seem that he resents each one simply for being you again. So to make this whole home a home, have you? Not much of a choice. That's something I can read too. Sit down if you like. I can tell you tales. Tell me a story. You ever hear the one about the Phantom Sailor? They say that he was once a good man, provided for his family, loved his wife and children. Spent many lonely days out on the sea, working hard to make their lives better. The ocean takes its toll. Every time he returned, he came back with a little less of himself. The thing that came home was just a shell. Mindless body of an old seafarer with his soul still lost at sea. Mind and body called to each other, and one day the sailor would walk down the beach, step into the waves, letting the ocean swallow him whole. True story. How about this family of yours? What's to tell? My brother's a meathead, and my parents don't even know or care who I am. They say they care for family first, but to them family isn't four people under a roof with some abstract concept. It's the name that matters to them, the Kafai name. That's family. My mother only cares about the business. Any hint that I want to look for better opportunities met with lectures. As for Ba, well, he's never been the same since his life went dry dock. First chance I get, I'll leave it all behind, mark my words. Henry Kafai putters about at the back of the club like a great hulking ghost. Despite his size, he goes largely unnoticed by the club's clientele. It's as if they all have a blind spot in which he is happy to reside. Why do you insist on chatting like this? Am I bothering you? I can leave. No, it's just unusual. Most people leave me be. They don't know me, except maybe by name. They certainly don't know what I do here. So I have no cause to speak. They have no cause to speak with me. Shadowrunners work hard to lead that kind of life. So you say. Of course, Shadowrunners seek such a life on purpose. I haven't. I've gotten used to being the forgotten one in this place. Hermione and Callum are the faces of our business. Freddy is the face of our law, so to speak. I'm no good unless I'm out on the water. Any good stories for your days at sea? Stories? An old sailor always has stories. In my early years, watching the fishing boats, I swear, it seemed like every day we caught something in our net stranger than the day before. Sometimes it was lost cargo. Cargo either lost or thrown overboard by panicking smugglers. Sometimes it was bits of ships wrecked by those super typhoons they say the geomancers cause. We'd haul up the occasional body. Figure some of them were refugees, either from the mainland after the Civil War or the Philippines after that whole mess. Human trafficking, pirates, lots of bodies in these waters. More and more we pull up bizarre sea creatures. Not sure if they were mutants or some kind of awakened critters. Small ones we always threw back as soon as we caught them. If you don't know what something is, best to assume it sprays acid or lays eggs in your brain. Big ones. A lot of times we had to cut loose the net. That's cost a fortune, but when the whole boat shudders and you see 3-meter spines or tentacles or something break the surface, you know it's not worth saving the net. Those were good times, though. Simpler times. It got more complicated as I got older. As the seas got ever more fished out. It's even more complicated now that I'm stuck on dry land. As the skills of a sailor don't really translate to club ownership. No, they don't. I want to be a good provider, but I just don't know how to contribute anymore. I think about my own father. He was a fisherman. Long before me. For 40 years, he went early in the morning and returned late at night. He put food on the table in a very literal sense. He did that without complaint every week until the day he died. That's providing. That's being a good husband and father as far as I'm concerned. My father wouldn't have lasted a day in this life of mine. The world's just moved on from what we knew and what I knew. I miss those simpler times. I'll leave it be. Richard Caffey stands stolidly at the... stoically by the club door, his arms folded across an impossibly large chest. He eyes those entering and leaving the club like a god might look down from Olympus, and he smiles while doing so. Hey, Fist. Been hearing more about you. Yeah? What'd you hear? Oh, this and that. Probably all misinformation and slander. You tell me. That you might have killed some guy. Or maybe a couple of dozen guy. Maybe even you're that terrorist. Not sure that one fits, but you do look like a heavy hitter. I'm a lover and a fighter. Club 88 caters to both. You're in the right company with me. You know they call me the Untouchable? Never taken so much as a scratch. Of course, my snot brother says it's because people are afraid to hurt me. Else they might lose face with our parents. As if that would ever stop some of these punks. Am I right? Not a scratch. Of course, things that get stopped by this stuff don't count as scratches. Rough customers, huh? It's what I do. Think about it. Inside, my brother sells the kind of thing that would make a Buddhist monk turn psychotic. And in back, my ma is selling enough firepower to blow the roof 6 times over. In other words, we sell petrol and matches. Yours truly is a firefighter. This firefighter ain't never been burned. No, not once. Pretty impressive, right? You just let me know if you're needing some additional muscle. You can call him Mr. Untouchable to get the job done. Tell me more about your family. You may think I'm impressive, and sure, my brother Callum and my mom both work hard to keep this place afloat, but things don't realize about my ba. He's not just some old sailor. You want to know the secret? He was a pirate, one of the very best. Over 20 years at sea, and he was never caught. Untouchable, just like me. Oh my gosh. You ask him about it, and he'll deny it. I'm sure he's made enemies over the years. Gotta play it smart. Keep us past the secret, but I figured out all a long time ago. He's a great man, my ba. That's why I gotta be strong, live up to his example. How much do you press? How much do you bench press? I don't bench press. I do dumbbell presses. They're more functional. The bench press artificially stabilizes things too much. But to answer your question, when I do bench, I max out around 700 kilograms. That's double the current world bench press record for unmodified humans, by the way. I'll leave it be. Let's see if who else. Let's see if we can get any more out of these folks. You catch Henry Caffey lost in reverie, staring at a wall with plastered photos. While most are signed celebrity headshots, there are scattered among them more personal images from days long past. Lots of faces on this wall. Lots of strangers staring back at me. Not the kind of headshots I'm used to. No, I suppose not. These are what pass for celebrities here in AOA. We get occasional Simpson star or athlete, surrounded by an entourage or muscular photographer. It's all for their image, you see. When a stack of carefully staged photographs that would seem like paparazzi shots in a notorious underworld hideout and arms bazaar. If we really call it that, if we really all that, the HKPF would have bombed us by now. Club 88 is a neutral zone. Nevermind deals mostly in small arms. We clear the joint, let them stage things however they like. Throw a few tattooed out blue lanterns in the background. In exchange, we get a big stack of Nuyen and a glossy face on the wall to show how popular our club has become. Kindly locks all Heyo down for the visit. Those famed bunnies are safer here than they probably are in their penthouses. It's all my wife's idea, of course. She's got a good head on her shoulder. Callum's lucky he's got her brains. I'm afraid Frederick takes after his old man. But wasn't it you who first started running guns through here? Heard about that, did you? Loose lips. Yeah, I took a turn as a small-time smuggler. Less excitement than you might think. Never really made all that much extra money doing it either. Had it been riskier, I would have never bothered. Our old boat's engineer was a friend of mine. He was in on the deal. He could tuck away loose crates in the engine room where only he knew they existed. I just had to shepherd them on and off the boat. Probably could have negotiated better deals. I just wanted to be rid of all this stuff as fast as I could. Didn't want Wu Jing to find out, and especially didn't want Ermine to find out. But found out she did. Though she surprised me with her reaction. Thought she would throw a fit, but the only thing she was mad about was my profit margin. So she took over. What about you and Ermine? She and I grew up together here in Hawaii. We were real childhood sweethearts. How often do such things happen? in 21, we both turned 18 and unsure of our future. And back in 21, when we were both 18 and unsure of our future, we both goblinized. Oh, so you went goblin mode at a young age. Okay, cool. The world was turned on its head. People said it was a disease as a result of a biological weapon. There was panic everywhere. We went goblin mode at 18. But Hermione and I saw it differently. We saw it as a sign that we were meant to be. Didn't matter if we were lepers because we were lepers together. Wish I could say that she was the first and only love in my life. There'll always be another. I hated her call for far too long before settling down here with Hermione. Even so, that call is always there. It tempted me to come back, to be lost forever. Worst ways to go, I suppose. I do my best to resist. Try to focus on what Hermione has built here for us. This, right? What brings you back? Callum sits with his eyes closed and his head back. One might assume he's asleep or trying to shake a particularly nasty hangover. When he stirs, his eyes are clear and uncharacteristically focused. Good to see you sober, Callum. Cut myself off. I got some serious thing to do. What's going on? Maybe nothing. Maybe everything. Could be a way out of this pit. I want to do something more with my life than sell cheap pills and cheap thrills. Cheap thrills and cheap pills. What's this way out you mentioned? I met a man, or rather, a man sought me out. And he went to all the trouble to set up a meet and get it to Hayoi. That takes guts for someone corporate. He said he's a recruiter, like a talent scout for one of the big corporations. And they're interested in me. Me? Can you believe that? Even way down here in Hayoi, they heard of me. They see potential in me, Callum Kafai. One of the big shots of this corp wants to be my benefactor. It's amazing, right? Even Li Ka-shing needed mentors, and he became one of the most successful men in the world. This is my start. This is my break. This recruiter wouldn't tell me the guy's name or the name of the corp, but it's still very preliminary. This is just a first step, you know, but a first step towards walking out of here. Really so bad in here? You've been here long enough, you should know better by now. Most people figure it out in the first few hours. They always a way station, halfway between something better and something worse. You stay here, you're just accepting the fact that you'll never amount to anything. You're agreeing that all you care about is keeping your head above water. It's good. It's 4 good walls and 3 screw meals at best. Some people pass through on their way down before bottoming out at the wall of the city or as a floater in the harbor. Others pass on their way up, like to places like Taiku Shing or Aberdeen. That's how I intend to go. See, has EOS still got new dialogue or no? Later, EOS. The runners the Shadowrunners that show up in the bar don't have much but anything past the first sentence. Hermione Kafai cleans and oils the disassembled parts and half-dozen assault rifles across a nearby workbench. Her focus borders on obsessive, like a person rubbing her hand from excessive washing. I knew it. I just knew it. Everything all right, Hermione? She looked startled by the interruption, as if her words were not meant for other ears. Oh, nothing. It's nothing. Doesn't seem like nothing. It's about Callum. The man he's been in contact with. I know who he is now, and it's not right. Who is he? Someone I once worked with at Baihu. A superior. He was a powerful man then, and that was over 20 years ago. He's no doubt grown more powerful since. If he isn't running the Hong Kong branch by now, it won't be long before he is. If that is what he wants, and this is a man who always gets what he wants. If he wants Callum, I think I'm gonna lose my son. Is Callum alright? For the moment, yes, but I don't know how I can possibly keep him safe. I can't tell him why. I have to make him understand that he cannot see this person, ever. closer I try to hold on to him, the quicker my voice seems to slip away. I fear I'm driving him straight into the arms of this man. Whatever happens, it would be my fault. All my fault. I'll leave you be. Let's see if maybe... Even though he has a drink in his hand, the red in Callum's eyes is not that of drunken stupor, but of a barely suppressed rage. An angry troll is a dangerous thing, and an angry drunk troll is a disaster waiting to happen. What do you want? You don't look so good. You should see the other guy. Ha! Not a scratch on her, of course. Might be easier if she just hit me, but she fights with words, infusing them with guilt and fear and deceit. She gets in her head. It's no wonder I'm having such twisted dreams. Problems with your mother? Asking that is like asking my life story, but short version is my parents have been actively working against me since I was old enough to think for myself. This time it goes beyond discouragement. It's a new low, no other word for it but sabotage. Whoever my would-be patron is, he works for Baihu, same court my mother used to work for. Not sure why she quit, but it must have been an ugly break for her to be acting this way. To think she'd be so spiteful that she'd deny her own son a future because of it. Always thought she wanted me home. Just wanted me home, working as a wage slave in her own house. Turns out the bitch can't stand the thought of me succeeding where she failed. Dream. Messed up dreams. Same one, actually. Over and over and over. I was lying on a long dining table like you'd find in an old rich man's house. Real wood, polished, set with all the finery, but there I am, and then right in the middle of it all, like a main course. I hear whispers all around me, women's voices. And one of them approaches and I see it's my mother. She doesn't even look me in the eye. She just sees me like an object, some kind of thing. Then she cuts into me. I don't feel any pain. I suppose I'm dead, but I scream anyway. I scream because the look on her face when she starts to eat the hunk of me she carved off with her teeth. Her teeth are terrifying. Another woman approaches and it's my mother again. They all are, and they all start devouring me bit by bit until there's nothing left. What the? Okay. You're having weird dreams? Okay, I see now. Gosh. Sorry. I'm all... You return to us again, Fist. Everything alright? It's nothing, I just haven't been sleeping very well. Bad dreams? As a matter of fact, yes. And to call them bad dreams would be putting it mildly. I don't remember much, and I'm thankful for that. What I do remember... There's a woman's voice, possibly Ermine's, telling me that I'm not wanted or needed. She urged me to leave, by whatever means necessary. And my boys were there too. They were young again. But they didn't talk. They just snapped at me, trying to bite me, and their teeth. They had far too many teeth. Rows upon rows of them, like shark teeth. I don't think I've ever been so scared in my whole life. Is everything alright with Callum and Freddy? I don't know. Every time I try to be a father to them, it feels more and more like I'm anything but. I suppose it's because they're my little boys anymore. They're grown men now. God. Wish it weren't the case. They were so much easier to handle and maybe easier to love back when they were just boys. When their dreams were just silly nonsense, but all more endearing because of it. It must have been their ambitions frighten me. I worry, but I haven't the first clue on what to do about it. I've talked to them, but I don't think Callum respects me anymore, and Freddy's in his own little world. Can you believe he's convinced I was a pirate? And he lets out a sad laugh and just shakes his head. Did you ever have any run-ins with pirates? Back in my day, there weren't many true pirates in the waters around here. The bigger ships were too well defended, and the smaller ones were mostly not worth the effort. As time went on and more money poured into Hong Kong, that money attracted more sophisticated criminals. Rigged vessels, some of them formerly military, firepower, electronic warfare, trained men. I was mostly lucky. Wu Jing was careful with its ships. They gave a lot of ships escorts in and out of port. stretches where pirates were most likely to strike. Anytime we had big assets on tow, they'd send an escort and an air squadron to cover us. We had some light guns on the tugboat, and that was enough. Pirates saw us for what we were. A trouble magnet with nothing worth stealing. There's only one incident, but we won't be talking about that. There are things I don't want my wife and boys to know about this world, or me. I'll leave you be. Give me a minute, I gotta fix something. Alright. Hopefully. I'll be fine. Alright, let's leave the club for a minute. Like I said, I'm wearing out all this conversation from the club. I know what you think. It's some perks, right? The younger of the Coffee Sons mends his post at the club's front door. He's showing off his hulking arms to the wan-looking girls from the docks. The clearly self-interested fawning gets them inside with no cover charge. Them, maybe. Who, those girls? They're harmless, having some fun with me. Hey, all this stuff around here, it's just fluff anyway. You know that. I know that you know that. You got the eyes doing what you do. You know it's what's what and what's ain't. We're the same, you and me. People in here may look the part, but it's different with us. We're legit. We got that edge. Everyone else is just a poser. Have you done anything other than bouncing? It's not about what I've done, it's what I can do. I've got potential. I just need to prove it. Show my body that I can do what he used to do. Cushy life, it's not for me. I'm capable of so much more. I will never see it. I know my Bob will understand. He's not meant for this kind of a life either. You know it. You've talked with him, right? You see it him. Once a badass pirate, always a badass pirate. We gotta be the same with you, right? Can't ever see you going back to a normal life. Shadowrunning is where it's at. Fancy yourself a Shadowrunner? I want to be something. Shadowrunner? Sure. I see you and your types roll up. Hard edge like you are, I can see myself doing that. There's also the triads. Lots of guys who get their start that way, work their way up, some of them starting out as regular gangers. I'd be looking to jump a few rungs right off the bat. And of course, considering who I am and who my ba is. I think my ba would be most proud if I followed in his footsteps. Join up with a pirate crew. Be a scourge of the open sea. I know it's in my blood. I just need to let it out. The Kafais have problems at home. A lot of problems at home. Alright. Alright, Henry. Henry Kafai paces in a rut into the worn floor of Club 88. He wrings his hands, looking every bit like one of them trying desperately to hold on to something, but failing with every attempt. He's oblivious to everything around him. Snap out of it, sailor. Huh? What? Oh, sorry. Didn't see you there. I was just thinking. What about? Lots of things. The past. Here and now. What is? What might have been. think about how many sailors drown every year and how I never came close once. I think about how it might have been for Ermine if I had. Dude, no. Lots of things preying on my mind lately. How are things between you and Ermine? Not great, to be honest. It's true what the voice in my dreams has been saying. Ermine doesn't need me. I'm useless around here. Better that I stay out of her way, but it's more than that. We've had our share of problems over the years. My being absent for long stretches, her being left alone, fending herself while I was away, wasn't easy for her, and I think sometimes she sought comfort elsewhere. I don't know who, and I don't know exactly when. Can't help it, but I can't help thinking it. I look at Callum sometimes. I'll always love him, but I also always wonder. It'd hardly be the worst thing that ever happened to me, but even so. Last time you mentioned an incident, care to speak about it? The truth is, I wanted to talk about it. Needed to talk about it for a long time. I was the first mate by then, on a big rescue and salvage tug. We were steaming out the Pacific down towards Saipan. A big container ship had lost power and was drifting. When we were 2 days out from Hong Kong, we picked up a distress call. Our captain told us to ignore it. Quoted some Wu Jing corporate gibberish and ordered our rigger to change course to avoid it. Truth is, we all knew why. That container ship was probably losing Wu Jing a million new yen in lost revenues for every hour it drifted. I don't know why it did, but I refused. Maybe on account of being a family man. Maybe I was just in a mood. But I couldn't leave those people behind. I demanded that the captain send us to assist. And when he didn't, I knocked him out. Well, everyone followed me. When we reached the signal, we found a small passenger ship, well away from its regular route. No response to hails, so I went aboard with a small group. What we found was a horror show. Men, women, and children brutally butchered. Not outright killed. Some had died from their injuries, yes. Most were just missing an arm or leg or a foot. They wouldn't have lasted much longer, but they could have been saved. That's when we realized it was a trap. The time it would have taken for us to stabilize and move those people would have given the ones responsible the chance they needed to take our boat. They meant to learn a bigger ship. I grabbed my eyes and guys and we got out of there. Full steam. I left those people to die. They knew it as we all were going. Their eyes have been haunting me ever since. That was the end of my career. Wu Jing let me go nice and quiet with the hush package. All the sea still applies. You can help ships in distress when you can. Wu Jing didn't want anyone to know that the captain of the rescue tugboat had tried to violate that. Hermione thinks I retired for the boys and her. She wouldn't be able to look at me if she knew the truth. Okay. Again, I see. What is it about this place? The music? The sweaty bodies? Or is it my messed up family that keeps bringing you back? I like keeping tabs on people. Not sure the people around here are worth keeping tabs on. Well, I'm dying. If you can keep it on the download, I got news I'm dying to share with somebody. You runner types are good with secrets, right? Let's hear it. So I snuck up behind my mother's back. Can't believe the words are coming out of my mouth. No grown man should ever have to say that. That's what I had to do, and that's what I did. Finally met this guy who wants to be my benefactor. His name is Matthew Tai. He's a human guy. He rolled up on the dock in a speedboat with guards and everything. A real slick dude. Like classy, powerful classy. He asked me to call him Matt. Isn't that great? I hopped in and off we went. We had dinner together. It was a little strange, but I'm glad I went. The things he told me. What kind of things? For one, he said he remembers my mother. Apparently, he knew her well. In fact, he said he knew her better than anyone back at Baihu, and that's partly how he came to know of me, I guess. The way he talked about my mother, it was like, I don't know, there was something between them. He had this wistful look on his face and probably a smirk when he said her name. Probably the same kind of look in my face right now, like he was keeping a wonderful secret. I don't remember my father ever looking that way with my mother. God, it got me wondering about a lot of things. It got weird at the end, like there was more he wanted to say, but he couldn't. Maybe he didn't want to get my hopes up too high. I guess the whole arrangement plan didn't work out. Not sure. The strangest part, though, was that when the security details busted our table and bagged everything we touched. His security detail busted our table and bagged everything we touched. Glasses, plates, utensils, napkins. Matt said it was standard precaution for his men in his position. The smallest genetic sample could be used to subvert biometric security systems. Or it could be used in ritual magic. Never really thought about it before, but these are just the kind of things I could learn from this guy. Yeah. Alright. The dread creeping through Haley has pervaded even the induced euphoria of Club 88. Ermine herself is not immune, looking to be caught between the need for rest and inability to find peace necessary for it. It's not a good time, Fist. What is it ever? Normally the people in here are happy. This is their trade and fair, but we're all feeling something. I don't know about the rest of them, but I'm dead on my feet. Slept a solid 6 hours, but it was hardly restful sleep. Bad dreams. Like none you've ever had before. Like none I've ever had before. Vivid, more real than you standing here. Remember, he refuses to leave me. I was 20 years younger. Young. Absolutely in home in my own skin and happy. More than I ever remember being. Positively glowing. There was a man with me. It was Henry, but not the Henry I knew. This was Henry as he might have been if he had never goblin eyes. Handsome, well-dressed, perfectly human. But when he smiled, there were too many teeth. And I knew it was a lie. Then I woke up, clutching my stomach, feeling for bite marks that weren't there. I've been able to shake the image of that smile all day. Those teeth, they wanted to devour me and hold it, and everything I hold dear. Still worrying about Kellen in that suit. Tried to put that period of my life behind me. Tried to forget what happened and move past it. I had to, or else it would destroy our family just as it was beginning. Some truths are best left buried. I can live with the shame. It was my own stupid mistake. But it should have ended there. The past should stay in the past. But this man will not be denied. He'll lure power with promises of power, fortune, power, prestige. I'll offer him things I never could, just as he once did with me. Callum feels alone here, just as he did with Henry when I was away at sea. Well, you know, I'd kill this man before I let him take my boy from me. I don't care who he is or what right he might claim. I suppose that's why I'm sleeping well. Dreams. Well, that's interesting. A bunch of things to say, to imply. Not bad, right? Renegafy is showing off some pressing to everyone who passes inside Club 88. On each forearm, he has tattooed an anchor. He demonstrates how they look in various poses, from flexes to standard arms folded across his chest. Not bad, right? Someone told me that only real sailors get tats like these. I figure it's appropriate either way, seeing as how my meat hooks hit like a pair of anchors. Let's hope they don't weigh you down. Getting cute with me, Fist? Because you know, I've been letting you strut around with your arms. On account of respect for what you do, don't go making me rethink that. Because someday soon, this guy here is going to be part of a crew you wouldn't want to tangle with. We'll make you walk the plank or something. Have you talked with your father about all this? No, I want it to be a surprise. Don't want him feeling like he forced me into the family business, by which I mean piracy. Not this fluff we got going on here. Alright. Doesn't take a genius to see that my bot has no love for the club. I'm a little afraid he might be jealous when I tell him I'll be shipping out. I know he misses the adventure. I know he misses it. The adventure, the thrills. I can picture it all, unfurling the black sails, running up the skull and crossbones, chasing down a fleeing ship and then swinging across the plunderer hold. Yeah, I know it's not like that these days. It's speedboats with machine guns, climbing up rope ladders in heavy sea, and shipjacking, but hey, that's what I'm cut out for. I've got a heart of the sea, but I'm not afraid of hardship and work and fights. I don't work out just to look good and bounce drunk smugglers. Seriously, I was running a pirate crew? Hell yes, it's not just any pirate. They're the most exclusive group out there on the water, the Hell Thunder Crew. I heard about them last week. It only takes orcs and trolls like me. Tough bastards, too. Men to be feared. It's a perfect operation for me to join. And well, I'm sure they'll take me, especially when they learn who my father is. I wouldn't be surprised if they were inspired by him in the first place. Not many troll pirates back in Ba's day. In fact, I bet they make me first mate or something just by being his blood. Freddy looks at the Solon Club's front entrance. Solon on the young troll takes the form of careless indifference for the force he uses to bat down or propel toward for the patrons entering the place. Welcome to Club 88. No fighting, no killing, no sex trade. Careful, Freddy. You'll give someone a concussion or broken rib or a dislocated shoulder. Fuck it. What does it matter? Things might be better if I drove everyone off and shut down this place. Can't be forced to stay a bouncer if there are no bums to bounce, right? Oh my gosh. I might just force the rest of them to take a hard look at the mirror. Mom could stop worrying about bills and inventories and all that crap. Alan could finally get out of here and save his own skin. And my bot could go back to doing what he was born to do and change his mind about me doing it too. Your father found out about your plans? Yeah, he heard me talking to someone about how I might link up with the Hell Thunder crew. He got real mad. Dragged me aside like he was trying to pull my damn arm off. Thought we might come to blows. It'd be the first time since I was a kid and I could probably kill him now, if I'm not careful. But he just wanted to yell at me. So much the better for his health. He told me I was living in a fantasy land. He told me I wasn't cut out for the life I was looking to lead. He said it would get me killed. Ha. Worst part, he asked me why I can't be more like my brother. Just goes to show how little he knows about us. Callum isn't even cut out for the cozy life we have here in the club. What, you haven't figured it out? You haven't talked with him, right? He doesn't belong here any more than I do, but for different reasons. That was not hard enough to survive in a place like this. If the city doesn't kill him in one night, his drinking away his worries probably will before long. Funny thing is, I thought that once I got out and made my fortune, I could set Callum up someplace nice. That's not going to happen now, thanks to my ba. He'd rather see us both waste away here. All right. Oh, sorry to bother you. Okay, so Henry's conversation is done. Callum's conversation is done. Maybe another time. Ermine's conversation is done. Only EVB. I guess I was just way behind on talks. I'm just watching the door. Yep, alright, we're all done. Okay, now. Now. Alright, more spider shed. Be with you in a second. Seeing if a corner is complete. Ball python check. Asian killback check. Excellent. Vine steak check. Indian egg eating steaks there too. Good. Looks like everything's here. But you didn't sell your animals. I don't, especially not the venomous one, but this is different. I'm working a deal between a reptile wholesaler and a friend of mine who needs a lot of snakes for his next trip production. You ever hear of a man by Dr. Sheng Yang? Can't say that I have. Well, you'll know him if you see him. Greasy little dwarf who's friends with Kindly Cheng. He's a cut-rate shrimp producer who makes some of the most god-awful films I've ever seen. He's always got some scam or other up his sleeve. His films suck, but his schemes seem to pay out. So these snakes are for his next Trid movie. I think he's calling it Martian Snake Witches of the Fourth Reich. It's some terrible science fiction movie about time-traveling wizards from the future. God knows when he gets the funding for these ideas, they sure don't sell for crap. This one time he wanted to make a Trid show starring me, White Ming, and the rest of our crew. It's going to be about a daily life in a triad, but he wanted to make it a sitcom. I don't know what's so comedic about extortion, racketeering, and assault, but that's a strange little brain for you. Alright, cool. Keep safe. Shit. Anything else, Shin? Make sure the bilge pump is reconnected after you re-oil it. Okay. They're not the most skilled assistants, but I like keeping them fed. What's the kids saying? And they found me. That's cute. Alright. Yeah, this is just flavor. Alright, I think we're gonna go for the... We need to get Gobbet back, just so we can have a full team. Just so we can have the entire team accessible as soon as we possibly can. So we'll do this. Oh, there, come to share. Admire the river with Jomo. We have a bottle of Baiju we can share it. All right, now, Jomo, I need a favor. What can Jomo do for you? You need a body dumped at sea? I can do it fast. No, we'll see. Maybe you need someone to hide some cargo on a beach. Make a map with X marks the spot. Haha. Make sure to take me to the sinking ship. Ah, easy. I know exactly where that heap of junk is. Alright. Just Isabel? I mean, fine, but... Hung Hum Bay, Captain Jomo's converted speedboat chops through the rough waters like a cleaver, through chicken bones, launching you skyward with every wave that it hits. Your destination, the sinking ship, Gobbet's former home. Alright. We're gonna carry this for... I know, we're gonna carry... I can't hold on to it? I can't hold on to it. I'm not trying to use it, I'm trying to hold it. Oh my god. You horrid game. Cancel, because that's just 1 point. Scramble up the side of the sinking ship. Scramble up the side of the sinking ship was treacherous. You hold yourself over the edge with your heart yammering in your chest, clawing for purchase against the wind and driving rain. Walking the surface of the deck isn't much better. The steel that you're standing on is slick, sheeted from water with the rainstorm. Oh. Excuse me. That hammers down from above. Each time you shift your weight, you can feel your feet begin to slide. There's no safety railings in sight. A slip, a rogue wave. It wouldn't take much to send you screaming over the edge of the raft into the dark water below. This thing is a wreck. Isabel gingerly prods a rusted section of the container that you're standing on with her boot. It depresses easily with entirely too much give. Can't believe that Gobbet ever chose to live here. From her descriptions on the sinking ship, I didn't expect it to be this bad. Yeah, she's always told me that the lady in charge... What was her name? Melinda? Malvina. She always told me that Malvina was a control freak, all obsessed with order and cleanliness. Cadamus was supposed to be a top-quality repair guy. She prods the patch of rust again, frowning. The steel flakes under her foot. This thing looks like it's in good repair to you? There's no guarantee. No, but we don't know. Sudden gust of wind buffets you, sending you sliding. Isabel drops to a crouch, clinging to the metal with gloved hands to keep herself from slipping. We should get moving. It's dangerous up here and my gear is getting soaked. Agreed. Let's find Gobbet and make sure she's alright. You take the lead, I follow. Alright. Oh. It does give me those optional ones. Okay. I was wondering. What? Devil rats? Rats? Are you kidding me? Hold on a second. I think we could probably do this easier. I want to do this as efficient as possible. Good, 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 good. Better. Well, Mother Fire looks like she hasn't seen a bar of soap in weeks. Her companion doesn't look much better. Their faces are streaked with soot and grime, and the rain seems impotent to wash her away. I just see you made it out of that through that in one piece. Please, come stand by the fire and get warm. Thank you for their hospitality. Of course, we don't get strangers here often. It's far too miserable not to turn away guests. Want to tell me what's up with the killer rats? Devil rats, you mean? They're becoming something of a crisis for us. We don't know why, but they just started attacking, and we can't seem to wipe them out. Truth be told, we could really use your help. I got some questions. If you two are locals, maybe you can answer them. Sure, ask away. What are your names? My name is Kara Leung. That's Patrick Lowe. Hey, welcome aboard. So you two are the welcoming committee. Yeah, that's all Vina told us. We were told to keep position here and watch out for incoming vessels. Piracy is always a threat for these waters. I can't tell you how happy we are to see friendly faces on deck. How do you know that we're friendly? We're heavily armed strangers and you only just met us. Stacy Bueller! Hot Patrol! Hello, Ural. Hello, Free Needles. Hello, DC. Oh my gosh.
DC Bueller rated the stream with 59 viewers.
Oh my gosh. DC Bueller. Oh, have you been doing? What have you been up to today? You've been doing some Planescape Torment. Nice, nice, nice. It's one I need to play again someday. Yeah, I hope you had a good stream. Welcome, Raiders. I'm Rat Cloudcar. I do RPGs of all kinds. Retro and indie mostly. Currently, I'm working on the Shadowrun Harebrained Schemes trilogy. Oh gosh. Lots of talking in this one. Lots and lots of talking in this one, so yeah, I'm going to be doing a lot of reading. Just prepare yourself. Thank you for the raid, though. But yeah, this is the Hong Kong game. The third in the trilogy that Harebrained Schemes did. Yeah, it's really good, though. It's really good. Really good, has a lot going on. Hey, I have a. How you doing? But yeah, it's great. I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying a lot of the quality of life stuff that they added to the combat engine, the item management as well. Versus the previous two games, and so much so that I kind of wish they would have updated the engines to, support that. But oh well, it's fine. Yeah, I'm kind of streaming a little bit later than I usually do today, just because I've been worn out. Nice. But yeah, just because I've been worn out during the day, and yeah, I just I can blame part of this on some space game or something that I can't stream. All right. Yeah. Take care, Pod. And take care of yourself and take care of Pod. Hope I'll see you later on. But yeah, I'm. This is kind of the end of a long run of a weekend playthrough of pretty much all the Shadowrun RPGs. I started with and I'm been going back to the Super NES and the Genesis Shadowrun games as well. I did both of those. I did Shadowrun Returns. I did Shadowrun Dragonfall. And now I'm in the middle of Hong Kong. And it's going really well. Also, recently I finished Dungeon Magic for the NES. I did a whole bunch of different dungeon crawlers over the summer. Legend of Grimrock 2. Megami Tensei 2, the original Megami Tensei, not Shin Megami Tensei, only remade for the Super Famicom. I did Das Geisterschiff, Demon Lord Reincarnation, which are both of those are two newer games from a new indie developer that is very obsessed with dungeon crawlers as well. And I attempted to finish the Screamer, but I was waylaid by Softlux from a bad porting. But yeah. Oh, thank you for the follow.
Welcome thee to the quest of the Avatar. Thou shalt guide our
Oh
people
my
into
gosh.
a new age of enlightenment.
Oh, and I have anonymous follows on, so if you're, oh yeah, I'm gonna play Shin Megami Tensei for the PS1 next year. I just wanted to play the original Megami Tensei games first, but yeah, I'm gonna play that next year for sure. I've been thinking about my next year's summer dungeon stuff, and yeah. I'm really looking forward to that, though. Yeah, I've been thinking about a lot of different dungeon crawlers for next year as well. Yeah, it was. Like I said, I played Kyoyaku, the Super Famicom remake, and yeah, it's something else. It's something else. Oh my. Oh, oof. My eye is watering up a bit, so you'll have to excuse me if I have to break away for moments at a time to clean myself up a bit. How do you know that we're friendly? We're heavily armed strangers and you only just met us. Carly, she chuckles. If you wanted to kill us, you'd have done it already, right? Besides, we know you aren't pirates. You haven't tried to rob us yet. When did the devil rats first start appearing? A couple of months ago, I think. The days kind of flow together out here. It's hard to say. They only started getting aggressive a couple of weeks ago, though. 20 people live on the sinking ship. Beats me. The population's been going down recently. I'll tell you that much. A lot of the ship is barricaded, off limits. You have no idea how many people are living in those sections now. When I first arrived on the sinking ship, there were at least a couple of hundred souls on board. Attrition being what it is. I'd guess that there may be 70 of us left. Like he said, it's hard to say. You two don't seem very well equipped to fight against those things. No offense. None taken. We're squatters, not soldiers. We're doing our best, but I'd be lying if I said we're glad to have professionals on board. Want to tell us why your raft is crawling with those things? We don't know. At first it was just a nuisance, but lately it's getting worse. Those little monsters have been threatening our nest. We try to kill them, but they keep coming back. Answers our questions. Good. So you ready to help us? Well, help you with your rat problem, but you need to help us first. First, my memory. Didn't we just peel a swarm of devil rats off of them a few seconds ago? We didn't ask you to do that. We could have handled the rats on our own. We're looking for a friend. Alright, describe this friend of yours to us. She's young, about my age. Orcish with a shaved scalp and dreadlocks. Have you seen her? I'm afraid not. I wish that we had, but we don't get to see many strangers here. So how about it? Will you help us with our rat infestation or not? Sure. The rats have been a huge problem for us. Between the damage they inflict and the disease they carry, they made it impossible for us to keep up our regular maintenance duties on the raft. But follow us, we'll lead you down below decks. With your help, we'll get the ship cleared again. Alright. Give me just a second. I'll be back in, like, a minute.
Oh no, I didn't go on break. I just had to emergency step away to clean up my messy face. Which it's still messy, sorry. That's, you know, that's the messy part I can't help. Oh my. All right. Either way, then we'll follow. Hatch below you is just over this way. We'll show you down. Wait, where's the... Oh! There we go. Picked up a couple of grenades. Shallow pool of standing water is gathered on the platform, separating it from an access hatch at the edge of the raft. Electricity arcs over the surface of the pool, and an angry spiderwebs of blue-white light. Whoa, hold up. The damned anti-boarding system's gone haywire again. Look, it isn't raining the way it's supposed to. Again? We just fixed the pump last week. Anti-boarding system? What the hell is this? Bad idea, that's what. The Shadowrunners lived on this thing before we did. It's like an anti-theft system on a car, only a lot meaner. When it gets tripped, the channel floods, and the ship's power gets shunted into the water. It can deliver a hell of a shock. Only now it seems to occur randomly. The pump we installed, as a workaround, has started breaking down at the drop of a hat. Why didn't you just disable the damn thing in the first place? We tried, lost 3 good engineers trying. In the end, we decided to just go with the workaround. No pool, no shocks. Well, that was the theory anyway. It wasn't that dangerous, all things considered. You got boots on, right? You'd probably make it across without pouring out. We're both drenched, and that thing has to be putting out a lot of voltage for those arcs to be visible like that. Trying to cross the pool as is would be a bad idea. A really bad idea. Maybe we can find a way to drain the water. Yeah, that pump over there. I'm guessing that's the one that isn't working. Yeah, that's the one. But it keeps breaking down. Stupid thing. I swear, I must have burned through 4 different fuses in the past 2 weeks. We'll try fixing the pump first. If it doesn't work, we'll have to look for another solution. One that doesn't involve crossing on foot. For use, it's a very worn and very non-functional water pump. An ancient hose snakes down from the pump into a drainage channel along the deck. It's pretty busted. Maybe we could fix it with some of the junk that's littering the deck. Isabel, can you fix this? Afraid not. If I were a computer, I could probably do something with it. And I'm not much of a mechanic. If we find a replacement fuse, I can slot it for you. Anything else, you're on your own. Wow, my intelligence is too bad to... Too terrible to maybe over here? One of the locals looks up at the sound of your approach. The others remain huddled around the fire, their backs hunched against the pelting rain. You need something, boy? If not, shove off. This fire's taken. The water pump on the other side of the deck blew a fuse. No more I could find a new one. Maybe. Could be a new fuse anywhere up here. We tend not to throw things like that away. Check the piles. That's where bits and bobs usually end up. Watch my hands if I were you. Rats have been known to hide in those piles. He's right. You might get chewed on if you're not careful. Looking for a friend of ours. Maybe you've seen her. I doubt it. We mostly keep to ourselves up here. She'd be a new arrival, an orc about my age. Calls herself Gobbet. Seen her around? Never heard of her. If you haven't seen Gobbet, maybe you could tell me about Malvina. She's still in charge of this raft? Yeah, but if you want to talk to her, you're gonna have to go down below. Boss lady stays down there by the water line. I'd stay away if I were you, though. Why? Just do yourself a favor and do as he says, girl. Do us all a favor and get back on the trash heap you floated in on. I promise you'd be happier for it if you do. What's happening here? It's raining. That's not what he meant. He tell us about the devil rats. Strange things have always been happening here ever since the beginning. Yeah, things are odd, been odder than usual lately. Those damn rats are a big part of that. All the people who have been getting sick. Shit, I've considered packing up and moving away. But I got no place else to go. Been here for about 5 years now, and everyone I care about lives on this raft, so here I stay. Got to go. You go then, shove off. You're smart. You won't stop until you hit dry land. Well, well. Nothing here? Nothing here? Devil rat! Anyway. Nothing here. There we go. We got the replacement fuse. Replaceable on fuse. In def motion, you click the intact fuse that you discovered into place. Lights on the pump's control panel go from red to green. Little machine rattles back to life. Alright. That's that. Devil rat! Well, come on then, surround me. Oh, good. Pathetic. Well, you know. Sometimes, you know, you need a grenade to kill one rat. On descending the ladder, you find yourself at the cramped confines of the shipping container. Interior walls have been erected of corrugated aluminum, and doors have been cut to allow passage from compartment to compartment. The air down here is ripe with the odor of rotting garbage. Sorry about the state of the place. Rats have kept our work crews too busy to worry about hauling the garbage. But now that you're here, we'll be able to set things right, kill off those little bastards once and for all. Well, take me into someone in a position of authority, or Gobbet. I don't know anyone named Gobbet. Cadmus is sick. He's at the quarantine line. Probably doesn't have long. Alvina's below us on the lower deck. She's a busy woman, though. She's the only one keeping this place afloat. Take us, Get us to Cadmus, then. Follow us. We'll take you right to him. Before anything, local inhabitant. Middle-aged woman with a slouching posture stands with her back to a reinforced door. With a languid motion, she turns her head to stare at you. New folks, I be damned. What the hell are you doing in here? Looking for a friend of ours. Maybe you've seen her? Nope. Ain't see your friend. Sorry. I don't even know what her friend looks like that yet. How can you say for sure that you haven't seen her? No one's come down here today but you. Not a soul. And I didn't see one yesterday either, and I can't remember much past then. She smiles, revealing a crumbling set of nicotine-stained teeth. Bad memory. Can't do a thing about it. Who are you? Name's Lisa. You can call me Lise, though. Everyone on the raft does. What's behind that door there? Storage closet. Nothing worthwhile in there. I don't even know why they had me stand and watch over the thing, but those are the rules, right? You can't question the rules. There's nothing worthwhile in there, then it couldn't hurt to have us. It couldn't hurt to let us have a look around inside, would it? I could do. I guess I couldn't. I mean, nothing. I mean, you can't steal nothing, can you? How about it? Will you open the door for us? She reaches back and pulls the lever. You hear the metallic scrape of a door unlatching itself. Here you go. Knock yourselves out. Oh. Cool. Strangers, you picked a bad time to come to visit. You're a terrible door guard. Or aren't you looking out for the gun-toting strangers? We aren't visiting. We're looking for a friend. You're out of luck. I haven't seen anyone from outside of quarantine in weeks. You want to talk to someone? Talk to the dwarf. I'm busy. Need to keep my eyes open for one of those little bastards. You can't let any of them sneak in here. Not after what happened to Simon. Best of luck. Doors in Rio's reinforced and heavily barricaded. Stocky dwarf leans up against the wall of the container room. His skin is sallow, hangs off his bulky frame in a half-deflated balloon. You see plenty of sick people back in the barrens, addicts, BTL heads, people whose immune systems were ravaged by disease. This guy looks worse. Hello, stranger. I don't see many new faces on the raft these days. You're here, so you want something. So now what would that be? Friends of Gobbet's. Seen her around? Friend, if you're looking for Gobbet, you're about 3 years too late. Friend ain't here. You stumbled into the worst kind of place to be lost. Are you Cadmus? Yeah, that's me. You haven't seen Gobbet lately, have you? No, I haven't seen the girl in years. I'd love to, mind you. She was a good friend way back when. What's wrong with this place? Aside from the uninvited guests, you mean? We got a rat problem. We noticed. Don't tell me what's happened. Don't let what's happened to me happen to you. You want my advice? You get out of here. You do it before you get bit. If you don't, you might just wind up like on your deathbed here, right by my side. Leave you in peace. Yeah, you do that. If you should happen to find Gobbet, bring her by. I haven't seen her in a long time. It did me good to talk to her again before I die of this damn disease. Well. Just up this way, through the door here. Well, as you approach, something catches your eye. A vent in the wall behind the locals. Movement. Something must be hidden inside. As you watch, locals continue to wait for you, unaware of what's happening behind them. There's a flurry of motion, something large explodes out the vent. Don't go in there! It's a trap! Uh-oh. Oh, wow. Seriously? The bloody local tosses his gun aside and raises a pair of trembling hands. His eyes have gone wide with terror. I'm sorry. We didn't want to do it.
We didn't have a choice. It ordered us to. What do you mean, it? What are you talking about? Explain yourself. I don't know, but what it is, but it talks with Malvina's voice. But it isn't her. If you want to live, you'll have to do what it says. I'll let you live. Don't make me regret it. Oh, gosh. Oh. I'll let you live. Don't make me regret it. The squatter collapses against the wall, sobbing uncontrollably. Gobbet dusts herself off and paces towards you. Hey, Seattle. I don't remember inviting you on this run, but I guess I'm glad you could make it. You're welcome, by the way. Want to tell me what the hell is going on here, Gobbet? We just shot some locals, but don't worry, they were bad people. I'll take your word for it. What were you saying about a trap? Yeah, that's where they were leading you. I didn't want to see that happen, so I came right to your rescue. You are again welcome. I like that we can that Gobbet got the jump on him. Gobbet, tell us what kind of trap you're talking about. Kind where you end up dead. Look, I don't know exactly what they were planning to do, but I've seen them lead people through those doors before. She gestures towards the heavy double doors at the end of the hall. People I watched go in there never came back out again. Not a one. They just scream and scream, and when the doors open up, they'd be gone. So you don't actually know what's in there, then? No, but judging by the screaming, I'm going to make an educated guess that there's probably something. It's probably something bad. There's a long, awkward pause. Finally, Isabel steps forward. So now that we're all together, do you want to tell us why you came back here all by yourself? You would have gone with you, Gobbet. All you had to do was tell us. Yeah, I know. But I figured that this one was on me, and I didn't want to wait another minute. Besides, I had a plan. You're on a boat full of hostiles by yourself in the dead of night, being hunted by devil rats. That doesn't sound like a great plan to me. I didn't come back here to fight, Seattle. This is a recon mission. I want to scope the place out, and it's easier to do that solo than it would have been dragging you two along. No offense. So you managed to scope the place out. Fine. Mission accomplished. You know what you're doing now? Yeah, this place is fucked. I'm gonna sink it. Wait a second, what? Sinking ship is doomed, Seattle. I can feel it the second I set foot on board. Earlier than that, even. On some level, I could feel it. I think I could feel it back home. That's why I couldn't stop thinking about this place. Whatever that is happening here, it's wrong. This whole place feels off to me somehow. Maybe even toxic. I came back to find my friends Cabas and Malvina. To come check on them. Instead, I found a swarm of man-eating rats, a death trap, and a bunch of squatters who seem intent on killing me. So I'm going to kill them right back, and I'm going to use the scudding charges that are still embedded in the hull to do that. Already handled the ones on this level, but I haven't gone down below yet. We need to activate the charges below the waterline if we're going to bring this sucker down. And so that's where you're heading next? Downward? You've still got friends on this raft, Gobbet. We ran into Cadmus earlier. He wants to see you. Not quite. On account of the trap, I don't know how to get past it yet. Minor setback, right? So my next step is to figure that out. That's great. Of all the people in this draft, Cat is the one I'd trust most to get us past whatever's in that room. He's always more of a mechanic than a shaman. We have to figure out how to get past the trap, I get that. But let's keep our eyes open while we're doing that. There could be more going on than you realize.
I seriously doubt it. Remember what I told you about second guessing? He isn't second guessing anything, and we haven't seen enough to make a decision yet. You may have, but we haven't. Alright, you want to look around? We'll do that, but afterwards, we're arming the rest of the charges. Let's move. Dwarf's milky eyes track you as you approach. Recognition washes over his face, but his movements remain lethargic. Eventually, he manages to slur out a few words. Hobbit, back after all this time. Yeah, I'm sorry it's taken so long. It's good to see you again, Cat. It's good to see you too, kid. I see you found your friends. Yeah, I found them. You don't look very good, Cadman. Well, I'm breathing, kinda. It's more than I can say for some. Cadmus, save it. I'm not mad. Just happy to hear your voice again. It's good to have a friend. That's what's happening here. Bad things. A lot of good people died. Something's gone rotten on this raft, Gobbet. You know what I mean. Toxic. Yeah, I can feel it too. All the way back home. Cadmus, where are our friends? What happened to Yasmin and Anson and Alvina? Anson's dead. Never made it into the sick room, just disappeared. I know where he went. Yasmin's still with us. Small favors, right? She's content to do what she's told and tremble. Malvina ain't Malvina anymore. I was afraid of that. I just needed to hear you say it. She's gone toxic, hasn't she? She's gone toxic because of that damn bauble I gave her. Ain't her, Gobbet, it's something else. Yeah, I think that shiny red egg that you and Sweet lifted is the cause of it, I think. The ugliness was already inside her, but that thing brought it out. She squeezes her eyes shut, balls her hands in a fist. Shit. This is your fault, Gobbet. You had to give her that thing to stop the mutiny. I had a feeling keeping that thing was a bad idea. Way to rub it in, asshole. Answer alright he is right, it was a bad idea. One that Malvina's to blame for. I gave her the damn thing to fight Sweet. I didn't tell her to keep it. No, you didn't. You're gonna be mad at anyone, be mad at her, but you should be afraid of her too. I sure as hell am. Chess heaves with a deep bronchial cough. The deep bronchial cough racks his body with a grimace of distaste. He spits out a wad of bloody phlegm. You should have seen what you haven't seen what happened to Malvina. What she's become. You need rest. We should put this on hold and got no time to rest. You need to hear this. What we're up against. Ever heard of a rat king? It's an old folklore thing. A bunch of rats all fused together. Their tails all wrapped and twisted into a great big knot. That's what Mal has become. I don't know how many different spirits she's tied her essence to. Last time I opened my third eye to her, I couldn't see where they ended and she began. What does that even mean? I never even heard of... It means she ain't human anymore, girl. Her aura's bound to other things, alien things. All tangled up and twisted and grown together. They're all one being now. A rat king. It talks like Malvina, but it ain't her anymore. So is she possessed? No, best I can tell is she invited this. Welcomes it. Malvina and the things she's tied to are all one being now. A collective. And to listen to them talk, they like it that way. Oh, so Malvina's a rat clown car. A rival rat clown car. Another long, wet cough interrupts his speech. He wipes his mouth with the back of his hands. Are you sick, Cadmus? Ill? I would say so. Deathly ill. Vitus is a real bitch. Even a neutered strain like this can really knock you on your ass. You'll be okay, Cat. You're a dwarf and a shaman. That's 2 big points in your favor. You're gonna walk this off. You'll see. Spare me the pep talk. I'm too tired to walk. Dad, save it. I know what my chances look like, and they ain't good.
I seen a lot of our friends loaded into those cots, Gobbet. They all went out in garbage bags. Anyway, let's talk about something else. All this doom and gloom is getting to me. Talisman that the Rat King is holding, a shiny object. You know how it works? No, I tried to sensing it once. The only thing I took away from the experience was a migraine. Felt like there were road specks buried behind my eyes for days. All I can tell you is that for certain that it still works. As long as the Rat King's connected to that thing, you can't hurt it. Any holes you put in its body will close up on their own. So what do you expect to do against this? If the bauble makes the thing unkillable, then you'll need to find a way to get that bauble away from it. Gobbet managed to do that during Swede's rebellion. I bet she could do it again. Where did all this start? It must have been sometime after Gobbet left. No, not long. Maybe a week or so. We couldn't see it at the time, but it was happening. I'd staked my life on it. Don't get this. Everything was fine when I left the raft. I mean, the vibe here had changed, but Malvina was still Malvina. If anything, she was even stronger than the woman I'd known. Yeah, she got strong, all right. Strong and mean. Started small. A couple of months after Swede's mutiny, Malvina started proposing new rules. She said she was cracking down on interactions. Keep in order to keep us safe. And over time, those rules started piling up, and gradually, punishments started getting worse. She became paranoid. Yeah, that's right. That's what I mean when I say that she had it in her all along. I don't think that Malvina is really a they. Our friend is dead and changed so much that she might as well be. And all the things that were wearing her skin don't belong in this world. That's clumsy. Did you try to fight this Rat King? Yeah, I had enough, so a lot of us had, so we took a page from the old Swede's book. We mutinied. That's what's left of our side. Been locked in here for 5 days now, waiting to provide us to finish the job. The rest of us got fed to the rats. Doesn't seem it was going very well. No, it didn't. Truth is, we weren't prepared for how many of those bastards rats Malvina had bred. We weren't expecting our shipmates to fight on our behalf. Why would the others stop you from taking the ship back? That doesn't even make sense. What do you think, girl? Fear. Fear of death? Fear of being gnawed upon by 100 vermin? Fear of that thing. You say that people here aren't brainwashed, that they're just afraid? Scared shitless is a better way of putting it, and I can't blame them. Anything, we're the crazy ones for trying to fight anything. Trying to fight that thing. If the Rat King soldiers only serve it because they're afraid, then maybe we can turn them away from it. Could do. Might rally around someone they know. Maybe someone who lived and fought with them for years. Maybe someone who lived and fought with them years ago. That was a subtle hint, girl. I got a better idea. We get you and your people on lifeboats, and then we're sending this thing to the bottom of the bay. The Rat King is going with it. We can't mean that. This is our home. We got nowhere else to go, Gobbet. I'm not gonna let that thing force us to. Put this raft to the torch. You already tried your way. Look at what happened. Maybe it's good that you leave this place. I've lived in a place like this before. I've seen what it can do to people. She grew up in the walled city, Cad. And she knows what we got to look forward to if you sink this raft. Because we sure as hell can't afford to live anywhere else. Oh, but listen, it isn't too late for the sinking ship. We can still turn this thing around. My mutiny failed because the Rat King knew things that we didn't. Yours can succeed if you'll try. My gut says that we should sink the raft. I said that from the moment we arrived here. That's what Rat wants me to do. That's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, but Cadmus might be right. If we could drum up enough support, we might be able to retake. I think we could retake the sinking ship. If you've forgotten the first lesson I taught you, Seattle, always go with your gut. My gut says, spare us a lecture, Gobbet. Cadmus is right. You're going off half-cocked again. The truth is, we can save this raft if you want to. And if you don't, tell us and we'll sink it. Look, Gobbet, things have changed since you decided to sink this raft. You can see it, right? Alright, Cad. If you're sure that we can keep this, if you can keep up your end, I'll be willing to help you with your mutiny, but if your people fuck it up, I'm sinking this thing. Got it? Yeah, thanks. With your help, we can do this. That remains to be seen. Go on, get moving. Convince as many people as you can to help us when the time comes. Whoever you don't bring around to our side is going to fight against us, so be thorough about it. Be ready for us to make our moves. Trigger the alarm system. 2 blasts, then we'll start kicking in doors. Wow. Oh, my eyes are just watering. Crazy. Alright, Cad. Two blasts starts the mutiny. But if we sound the alarm once and leave it, you get your people the hell off this raft. Got it? 1 blast means you're sinking the raft. You do that and I'm kicking your bony ass from here to Macau, but yeah, I hear you. You got all that, stranger? You know what you're supposed to do? You convince people to join you, then trigger the alarm. 1 blast means we're sinking the raft. 2 blast means the mutiny is on. Got it. Good, thanks. And got it. Thank you. Does me good to know that you're with us on this. Alright. There's a trap room at the end of the hall. Know anything about that? Yeah. Me and my crew built the thing. Let me guess, Malvina's orders? First thing she asked us to do is after Sweet's little rebellion. We started working on the thing the week after you left. Yasmin was in charge of the project. Can you tell us how to get past it? No. No, but Yas can. She should be somewhere on this level. Go find her and tell her I sent you. Well, we will. Thanks, Cat. Don't mention it. Hang in there. I'm going nowhere. Be safe. Glad to have you on our side, stranger. Okay. You're back. Why? The Rat King has ruled here for long enough. We're taking it down and we could use your help. You'll get yourselves killed even talking like that. You'll get me killed with you. Get the hell out of here right now. I won't take part in another damn mutiny. Think. How does it help for the Rat King to stay in control? I warned you not to talk. Oh, good. Hi, Lisa. Some tags. Seem relatively fresh. The man standing before you looks cleaner than most of the other squatters on the sinking ship. There are no streaks of grease on his cheeks. His clothes look freshly, freshly laundered. He leers at you as you approach. Well, what have we here? Strangers on our humble raft, exploring her leaking bowels. Welcome to the sinking ship, stranger. Tell me what you want. You may address me as Mercurio. At your service. What do you do on the raft? A bit of this, a bit of that. I'm an artist, or rather I used to be. An artist or a socialite. And a man about town. By town I mean raft, that is. Now I find myself shut away here, on the sinking ship's upper deck. I've been festering away here for months, desperately clinging to the finer things of life. Quite the tale of woe, really. That's it? You just loiter around and socialize? Fine and noble profession, but you're the street, fine and noble profession. He takes another swig, swilling the brandy in his mouth. But you're a street-level operative, no blue-collar work. I wouldn't expect you to understand. Now, if that will be all, we're taking back the sinking ship. We're taking the sinking ship back from the Rat King. Will you help us? No, I'm afraid not. I'm a lover, not a fighter. I can see that you're a man who enjoys the finer things in life. You'll never have them as long as the Rat King is under control. Is in control. You raise a valid point. Things have been going to hell recently. It's getting to the point where it's almost impossible to get my hands on a decent bottle of brandy. Even the Chilean stuff is hard to find. So you gonna fight for us or not? He takes another sip of cognac and sighs. A bead of amber fluid hangs precariously on his lip. Yes, my dear, I think that I will. After all, what is the purpose of a life without luxury? When you make your move, I'll do what I can to assist you. Terminal. Slender woman in shabby overalls looks up from her work with a frown. You can't help but notice the scars on her neck. I'll be damned, Gobbet. Hello, Yasmin. It's good to see you again. Yeah, you too. Where the hell have you been all these years? On a different boat, funny enough. Yes, I'm a little out of the loop with what's happening here. Can you do me a solid and fill us in? Yeah, we're not supposed to talk about it, but I'll let you know. I'll tell you what I know. Tell us what's been happening here. Well, we're all struggling to deal with that devil rat infestation. You probably know about them. With all the rats around, there aren't many volunteers for maintenance crews anymore. It gets lonely out here. That's it. That's all I had to say. Yeah, as you're talking to me here, just tell me what's going on. I can help you if I don't know what's happening. Yasmin's eyes dart up and down the hall, scanning for anyone who might be coming. Her hands begin to shake. After a moment, she leans towards Gobbet and lowers her voice to a whisper. Yeah, all right. The raft is cursed. The Rat King, you mean? Your brother told us all about it. Yeah, it has spies everywhere. Rats, the little monsters, the kind on two legs. And if you don't do what it says, things will happen to you. It talks of the intercom used in Malvina's voice. But it isn't her. I know, Yaz. One way or another, I'm gonna kill it. Whisper changes, becomes fierce. Her eyes burn with intensity. Good. She clasps her hands over her mouth, her eyes wide. Her entire body is shaking. Thanks, Yaz. That helps. Believe it or not, it helps. She nods mutely, still struggling to calm herself. Have you had any close encounters with the devil rats? Yeah, don't go downstairs unless you absolutely have to. Lower decks are absolutely crawling with those things. Alright. We're taking the ship back, Yasmin. We need help. Another mutiny? No, not me. Go to someone else. I saw what happened last time. Last time you didn't have me here. I'm gonna kill that monster, the monster that stole Malvina's voice, Yaz. You got my word on that. She stares at Gobbet long and hard. Finally, she acquiesces with a nod. Alright, Gobbet, I'm in. I'm terrified, but I'm in. I'm no fighter, you know that. I keep the ship afloat and that's about it. But I'll do what I can to help. You'll be okay, Yasmin, I promise. Circle up with your brother. I'm sending everyone we can to help meet up with them in the sick room. He'll tell you what to do there. Chemist said that you were in charge of building the trap. Hey, esports for losers. How's it going? Hello, chums.
Good wizard. Nice, nice. Yeah, becomes amazing. Also, good wizard. I like that. Wook! 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 Hope you're doing well, Swook. Cadmus has said that you were in charge of building the trap at the end of the hall. Yeah, that was me. I didn't want to build the thing, but I did it to help Malvina. Keep us safe. I've regretted it ever since. We could really use your help, Yaz. We need to get below deck, so we need to do it in one piece. Can you help us get back past the trap we built? I think so. It's been a long time, but I think I remember the wires that you need to snip to disarm that thing. She fumbles at a nearby table, grabs a napkin. She produces a grease pencil from her breast pocket and begins to draw. There's a hidden access panel on the floor. You'd never know it if you didn't know where to look. Oh, that's a if. You snip these wires here and this one here. Bypass this circuit. She scribbles on the napkin with a steady hand, and then flip this lever. Do that and you're done. The trap won't trigger and you won't get dumped in the killing pit. Killing pit? It's pretty much what you'd expect. Thanks, Yaz. You don't know how badly we needed this. I can guess. Cadmus sent you to me after all. Best of luck. Alright, cool. Alright, let's look at the computer real quick. You need to talk about the numerous regulations that you keep handing down. Okay. Alright. That's just flavor text there. Okay. It's alright. Save. It's pretty much just detailing what we've already talked about to people. How it's broken down, kind of the backstory. Who's this guy? Squatter's in need of immediate medical attention. Her torso is a gory mess. An ever-expanding pool at her feet tells you that she's well on the way to bleeding out. She peers at you through sunken eyes and an alarmingly gray face. Gobbat, can you take care of this? Already on it. Power of Gobbat's magic washes over her, erasing the hole in her abdomen. Gradually, his eyes focus as the color returns to her face. Alright. Shakily, she extends a hand in greeting. I don't know who you are, strangers, but you just saved my life. I can remember to the flavor you let me know. What's your name, friend? Maria Lamb. My friends call me Sparrow. It's good to meet you, Sparrow. Better luck for me that I met you. If I had not, I'd think that I'd bled out by now. How'd you get shot? I was part of the last mutiny attempt. Made it through that all right. But I guess I also made some enemies. I don't know who shot me, but it's a fair bet someone on this boat is holding a grudge. We're gonna take another run at the Rat King and we're gonna kill it this time. We could use your help. I want to help. I do. I can't do much without supplies. I'll make you a deal. You hook me up with some medical supplies, I'll join your mutiny. Give her a medkit 2. She graciously accepts the supplies that you offer. A deal's a deal, and I have a debt to repay. When you make your move on the Rat King, I'll be there to help. Good. Head to the quarantine area and meet up with Cadmus. He'll let you know what to do. I have a few things to take care of first. I will, but I will. You have my word on that. What's over here on the wall? Holes in this wall were caused by large caliber bullets, much bigger than you need for something the size of a devil rat. These scratches were made by claws, but they are much bigger than anything a devil rat could make. Another squatter, this one more beaten up than most. Bloody bandages wrap his knuckles. One of his orbital sockets has been crushed, forming the silhouette of his face. He peers at you with a mixture of suspicion, and hostility. Don't recognize you. Means you're new here. It's a bad place to go sightseeing, outsider. You okay, man? You don't look so good. No, I'm not okay. I'm all beaten up and I'm going blind in one eye. Tell me what you want so I can be on my way. Just thought the words like venom. What's your name? Name? Ivan Fu. That all? Can I go? Do the Rat King's people do that to you? No, I got caught in the crossfire. Mutineers did it to me. Thought I was with the Rat King. All I wanted to do was go home. Instead, my right eye only sees double now. I can hardly use my hands. Thanks for asking. I know you're hurt, but there are other ways to help them fighting. Oh, I can fight. Don't you worry about that. Might be best if I waited a week or two. Given the state I'm in, I can hold my own. I used to be damn good with a blade. Paid a pretty penny to have one custom forged for me. Then that blade was a lovely thing, useful in and out of a fight. I always liked that. It wasn't just a weapon; it was a tool as well. What happened to this blade of yours? Taken. Lost. I don't know. How about you, stranger? Any with a blade? Yeah, any idea where it went? No, and even if I did, you think I'd tell a stranger where I find it? That blade was my most prized possession. If anyone's gonna find it, it's gonna be me. We're taking this raft back. You're all fools. The last two mutinies failed, and yours will too. Even if you did have a chance, it was Cadmus and his boys that did this to me. Think I'm gonna cozy up with them? Sorry that they hurt you, but like you said, you got caught in a crossfire. People get hurt in those situations. It happens. Cadmus would never intentionally harm you. The Rat King, on the other hand, said, no, I'm not putting my I'm not putting my neck out for anybody. I'm gonna ride this thing out, and that's all there is to it. If you help it, I can make it worth your while. I have connections back in Kowloon. You hard of hearing? I said no, and that's final. I'm not laying my life on the line for anyone. For you or Cadmus or anyone else. Oh, man. Wake up, you're living in a war zone. Not choosing a side won't keep you safe, it'll get you killed. He stares at you with his good eye. You're right, I know that. I know it better than most, but I can't pack up and leave. Nobody can. The Rat King won't let us. And we have to kill the fucking thing, don't we? You a killer girl? I do it for a living. We all do. And maybe you got a chance. He grits his teeth, gingerly touches the ruin of his collapsed eye socket. To hell with it, I'm in. When you make your move, I'll do what I can to help. Go to Cadmus and wait for her signal. I will. Alright. What else we got? All lower decks are off limits until further notice. Maintenance. Hold on. Well, air is thicker in here, acrid. The stench clings to your tongue, but sticks in the back of your throat. It smells like damp cardboard and stale urine. Gallet surveys the room warily, her nose crinkling in disgust. She produces the napkin with Cadmus's instructions from her breast pocket and hands them to you. Here you go, Seattle. You know what to do. Let's hope that Yaz knows her stuff. On the grease pencil diagram, you locate a hunk of metal flooring with a slightly raised edge. Hooking your fingers under it, you reel to lift a hidden access panel. That's a good sign. Right. Disarm the trap. Instructions are surprisingly easy to follow. 3 snips with your pocket knife and a rewired connection later. Floor-spanning trapdoor has been disarmed. Well, that was easy. She beams at you. Go on, Seattle. You take the lead. You've earned it. Don't mind if I do. Past the trap room. What was that? Stepping into this room is like wading on the killing floor of a slaughterhouse. There isn't an inch of ground that isn't caked with spilled blood. The stench that floods your nostrils is as overpowering as it is vile. It's the stench of rotten beef and stale vomit, of warm blood poured into a chemical toilet and left out in the sun to cook. The buzzing of flies in your ears helps bring you back to your senses. Blinking against the light, you see stacks of moldering trash piled nearly to the ceiling. The pile of dead bodies stacked is nearly as high. You okay? She doesn't seem to notice you. Her jaw hangs open in horror. As her eyes move from atrocity to atrocity, her cheeks slowly drain of color. Simon... Oh, no, this... Gabbett finishes a way to grasp her thought. Grasp for a way to finish her thought. She doesn't find one. I'm sorry, Gabbett. I know that these people were friends. A lot of them were. Some I didn't know. They all deserve better than this. Rat King is supposed to be down on this level. That means we're headed in the right direction. After seeing this, I don't think this raft is worth saving. We should go back to my original plan, Seattle. Let's send this thing to the bottom. That's where it belongs. Can't do that, Gobbet. We've already told Cadmus that we were going to help him. He's getting the other mutineers ready to fight, not evacuate. If we sink this thing now, they might not make it off the boat. We'll tell them that we changed our minds to use the alarm system. They'll make it out. Trust me. Well... Yeah, we're gonna... We made a promise. I think it's a stupid idea, Seattle. But if you really want to do this, then I'll help you get it done. At least this way, I'll get to look the Rat King in the eyes when I kill it. Damn right. If we're going to do this, we need to find Malvina's old cabin. It should be west of here. I'll have to get the shiny object away from the Rat King if we want to kill it. It's probably going to be tricky. I don't think that she'll just let me up and summon up and take it. We do tricky things every day. We can handle this too. Of course we can. Alright, let's do this. Oh, okay, that's just... Yeah. Alright. More of these things. Alright, first of all, let's clear out... Sorry for the, Huh. Alright. Alright, alright. Okay, good. Good. Now... Alright. Probably not, probably not great, but... pretty good. Okay. What do I want to do? Well, I mean, I know I'm gonna do the mutiny. I'm just trying to figure out if I should. Now let's save the game real quick. Oh my gosh. There's a... I was trying to see if there was anything with that. Alright, alert twice. Alarm blares once, then twice. Sound is ear splitting. Once later, the distant sound of gunshots filters down from above. Outside is heavy. It could be barred to it could easily be barred to prevent inside intrusion. Instead, it stands ajar. It's almost as if it's inviting you again. And that's Malvina's old cabin, the seat of power for the sinking ship. That's where the Rat King is going to be. Once we go in there, we'll be going into this. We're going to be in this. There's no changing our minds after we pick the fight with that thing. What do you say, Fist? We doing this or not? We're going in. The thing that looms over you is horrifying. A twisted amalgamation of woman and swarm, knotted and tied together into a single whole. Gobbit. Creature's voice is unnerving. 1,000 rumbling voices all over. All interwoven and laid over the top of Malvina's crisp, cultured speech. You return to us, little mouse. You, the instigator of your own ascendancy. Rat King shifts its gaze to a nearby altar. A gleaming red stone has been ensconced within. The keystone, the source of our unity. The font of the power that makes us strong. Your gift to us, little mouse. You gave us what we needed to bring this raft to order. Gabba's nose crinkles in revulsion. On her shoulders, madness and folly chitter and shriek. Say me this speech, Malvina, or wherever you are. I'm not here to talk. The new body isn't doing you any favors, by the way. You look like a furry tree stump. The creature leans forward into the light. A fine-featured face with high cheekbones and piercing eyes stares down at you. The carpet of living vermin bury the rest of Malvina's head and neck, struggle and shriek. Our body is our body is beauty itself. Unity of biology. Unity of purpose. Die, monster, you don't belong in this world. What you are is an idiot. You saw what Swede let loose of the shiny object, and you decided to keep using it anyway. That isn't stupid. I don't know what is. That thing's voice grows to a roar, and you hear other sounds folded into it. A cacophonous, gibbering babble of things gone mad. We are an order out of chaos. The death of entropy. A glorious unity. Oh, fuck this. She pulls back the slide on her weapon. We're here to kill it. We're here to kill this thing, not let it talk us to death. Damn right. You hear the scrape of claws on metal. Something is coming this way. Oh. Oh. Well. Pain. We will show you pain. The king recoils only for a moment. A strange energy washes over it. What are those things? Oh, great. The Rat King shrieks as Gobbet lifts up the shiny object in her hands. In its voice you hear the echoes of 1,000 inhuman beings. This is interesting. She hugs the object close to her chest, her bare hands caressing the stone. I can feel Malvina's control over the rats. It's like 1,000 strings connecting her to them. It feels like... One of the Rat King's servitors shudders in place. So slowly, seemingly against its will. It lifts its head to stare at you. I can tug at those strings. We will rend you all to pieces. Tear your flesh to shreds. Buy me a little time, Seattle. Still getting used to this thing, but if you give me a minute or two, those demon rats will be mine. Alright. Hey, Malvina, I got something of yours. Oh. I mean, no wound to heal. The Rat King's body shudders and convulses as you watch the living carpet of devil rats that forms the majority of this bulk begins to writhe. Malvina opens her mouth to speak, but you'll never know what she's going to say. The only sound that escapes her throat is a long, ragged scream. With a dawning horror, you've come to realize what you're looking at. The devil rats that surround Malvina are turning Edward. She's being eaten alive. Abbott stares dead-eyed at her former friend as the swarm that's bound to her rips her body apart. Black blood pours in rivers to the aluminum-lined floor. Come on, Gobbet, let's get the hell out of here. You can go if you want to. I'm watching this. I owe Malvina that much. The ghastly feast, unfolding before you, continues long after Malvina's screams have died away. Finally satisfied, Gobbet nods to you. The raft is ours. It's over. PDA buzzes. She glances down at it, then turns to the screen so that you can see. Cadmus's grim visage fills the screen. I don't know what you did, but whatever it was, it worked. Those rat things turned on Malvina's loyalists. And when they got done eating them, they started eating each other. Yeah, I know. I told them to, right after I did the same to the Rat King. Malvina's dead, Cad. You did good, Gobbet. You and your friends, you won. Come on up top side. A celebration's in order. No, Cad. No celebrations and no milling around. You can keep this place. I'm done with it. Too many bad memories. And besides all that, you got a mess on your hands, and I'll be damned if I'm gonna help clean it up. I already helped us clean up, Gobbet. We'll always owe you for that. Yeah, well, let's not make a big thing of it. Goodbye, Cat. Good luck. Captain Jomo's still waiting for us outside. Ready to go home? This stupid thing is taking a one-way trip to the bottom of the bay. Well, gosh. Sure you don't want to sell it? You could probably get money for that thing. What, no, haven't you been paying attention? I swear it's like you haven't heard a thing. You haven't heard a thing that I taught you. That was a test. Congratulations, you passed. There's a long pause. Slowly the corner of her mouth tilts upward. Come on, Seattle. Come on, Iz. Let's bury this thing at sea and go home. Alright. Captain Jomo's speedboat carries you away from the sinking ship, now liberated from the tyranny of the Rat King once and for all. The shiny objects rest with Malvina's bones at the bottom of Hong Hong Bay. Gobbet stares back at the raft as it recedes into the distance. Her expression is happy and as at once happy and sad. Happy and sad. Happy and sand. Her expression at once is happy and sad. Isabel takes her hand, and together they turn away. Heoi grows closer. You're going home. Alright. 10-hole karma. Your comlink chirps and kindly changed rusty voice slides to the speaker. You can hear the sounds of mahjong players laughing in the background. Dante Chang dear. But you sound happy, Auntie Chang. Oh, I am. I'm one step closer to breaking. I am, my sweet. I'm one step closer to breaking Josephine Sang. I have a lead on a location of a plastic-faced man. A man we saw in surveillance footage meeting Raymond Black at the tea house on the docks. Where'd you get this lead? I'll explain everything in person. Come and see me and we'll talk. Cool. Ooh. So now we have one more action point per round. That should be for all our group. So pretty much, yeah, 3 AP per round instead of 2, which is what we had before. Although when we if that carries over to the Matrix, that means that it's like 5, I guess. I don't know. Anyway. Devil Rat Spirit Fetish under standard equipment. Plague Barrier. Yeah. Devil Rat. Devil Rat. We're bringing one with us. Sabotage. Twilight system. Yeah. Okay, what do we got? Disease. Okay, so an AoE attack. It looks. Yeah, that's good. That's good. All of O'Shea's firearms are now 2 armor piercing. That's good. Like that. Yeah, sure. Alright, cool. Alright. Let me save the game real quick. I'm gonna take a break, a little bit of a break, but I'm gonna be back with more of this in just a few minutes. Hold on. Alright, yeah. And I'll play some reels even.
I can't believe, like, it was only this year that I understood the why did the chicken cross the road joke. Like, I legit thought it was just, like, weird anti-humor, like, by giving an obvious answer to the question of to get to the other side. And then I'm like, oh no, he died. The chicken died. And went to the afterlife. Like, I always just thought the point was, like, obviously he crossed the road to get to the other side. Like, why do people cross the road? But I never knew that it was to get to the other side, as in, like, because he dies crossing the road.
You have to confront them sometime. And at least they haven't found you yet, which gives you some kind of an edge.
Check this out, dude. Kenji no Yoroi is like the samurai armor. Oh my god, I just threw it away! Oh, I just threw it away! No! I just threw it away. No. Oh shit, that's terrible. I just threw away the best armor in the game.
Her favorite stream deck. Fuzzy wrist rest? Yeah, she just had the dental procedure, so she had to have anesthesia. She just opened Microsoft Office in the browser again. Look, how does she do this? I don't even have Microsoft Office. What are you pushing? Every time it's you. How do you do that? How do you do that? I don't have Microsoft Office.
Whoa! Holy shit! I love you, baby. Ooh. Oh my god! Oh! Oh my god! Whoa! Well, that actually hits kind of hard. Oh.
Did you just say pecker? Oh my god. Look at oh, Dr. Concepts! Dr. Concepts!
Majima, fondling a lady, lady butt, lady lips, guy in a suit, more cigarettes. Goro's in jail. Guys yelling. More guys yelling. A guy talking. Motorcycles. That guy's dead. Guns. That dude. More guns. This guy's crying though. It's a girl. She's being kidnapped. It's Kiryu again. It's this guy in sunglasses. Shroom. What's going on? Guy got punched in the stomach. And that guy's, it's Majima, but he's shirtless. Another punch, a gun. Guy in a truck, guy with a gun. Kiryu is running, Goro is punching, there's a pipe, there's knives involved. Dudes are shirtless. Sick line art though. The girl's crying. It's Majima. He's crying now. There's Goro with his tattoos again. People yelling, people punching. Oh my good god. Yakuza 0.
Nice. This is crap.
Most fucking thing I've ever done. I apologize. And if you can find it in your heart to forgive me, I mean, oh man, dude, I'm sorry. I mean, fucking A.
Welcome to Amateur Hour.
Disappointed! Yeah,
What's this, man? Game over.
over, man. It's game over.
I don't know what the fuck I was thinking. I wasn't even looking. I apologize. And, God damn it! You lose.
The who?
Jesus.
The her.
Dude, you guys gotta fucking lay it off me, man. Seriously, man.
This guy's a big time asshole.
Sorry, Jesus. Man, dude.
No problemo.
All right. I get it.
Oh no! Lo! I begged you!
Top down collecting microchips, man. It's a puzzle game.
It was good. Fuck you.
Like, ugh! I hate it. Everything around here closes at 10 p.m. I think, except for Walla. God damn us. I saw it that time. It's silent, so you don't like. I don't hear anything when it happens. Maybe I should add some sound to it, just like some echoing footsteps. What do you think? Do you like it silent? I think there's a charm to the silence of it.
Right, you equip the chainsaw. But yeah, it was the save game editor that you find if you just Google Wasteland save game editor or character editor or whatever. It's, yeah, a website that seems to be quite old. And it's not really meant for this version of the game, but it kind of works.
Kel? Ouch. Ja sit save yks. Asiat pihvi.
Let your heart decide what it means. Dude, you're being all spiritual today. What's going on? Are you okay? Are you like some kind of spectral ghost that's like whispering on the winds of desire to like tell me what I should be doing with my life? You're like, let your heart decide what it means, little queen. I'm like, what do you mean? Don't leave me. I don't understand. Congenial heart failure?
Life. Only 10% of the whales' cum makes it into their partners, so each time around 1,350 liters gets into the ocean. With 1.3 million whales breeding on average 28 times and 1,350 liters getting into the ocean, that's 50 billion liters of cum. 0.0038% of the ocean is whale. Per cubic meter, there is 3 liters of cum. Edit. Some people saying they would swallow. Average age in this sub is 16 to 17. Average weight of a 16-year-old is 53.5 kilograms. Density of cum is around the same of water, so 1,500 liters is 1.5 tons. That's 30 times your weight. The average human can drink 1 liter per hour, so with no sleep and consistent drinking, that's more than 2 months for 1 load. If every human alive would drink 1 liter per hour consistently for 6.4 hours with no breaks, we could drink the amount of cum one generation of whales produce in a lifetime.
Simon?
All right.
Oh, we're talking.
Where we go? Oh no.
Yeah, it's definitely.
Back into some kind of routine here. Give me just a second. All right. All right. Let's wander around and talk to some folks. Alright. Let's go right to Kindly's. Let me get this out of the way. Gang's all here. Kindly Ching is in the midst of emptying 2 plastic shopping bags when you enter. Places the contents on a pile on a mahjong table. 2 liquor bottles without labels, a box of her thin black cigars, an assortment of individually wrapped gourmet chocolates, and a large caliber pistol with electrical tape wrapped around its grip. Ah, good, you're here. She finishes with the plastic bags and throws them on the floor. Seems like forever since we saw each other. You said you had information to share in person. Here I am. Welcome back. Was your trip worthwhile? Her voice is filled with a rusty energy. Yes, my darling. Yes, I met with several contacts within my network. They referred me to others in neighboring cities. Regardless of how far technology moves forward, tradition demands some things be handled face to face. I have returned with information that will lead you to the plastic-faced man. The man who killed Raymond Black. And there's no Raymond Black. Excellent. While we were gone, we uncovered a relationship between Josephine Tseng and Raymond Black. Did you? And what was it you uncovered? We've been lied to all this time, Wu and me. Raymond Black is actually Edward Tseng. The man who raised us wasn't Raymond Black. Raymond Black is Josephine's son? Brow furrows. Yes, you were lied to. For a long time. That explains why he went where he went when he disappeared years ago. Seattle. Any idea why he disappeared? No, just that he went missing after Josephine completed rebuilding the walled city. That was in the early 30s. Her face twists into a mask of disgust. You realize what this means, don't you, my sweet? That inbred little goat whore was cold enough to have her own son executed. Even more reason to find out find the plastic-faced man. What have you found out? Everything you need to move forward. She grabs a bottle and opens it. I know the identity of the plastic-faced man. His name is Li Tai Long. And he's an independent contractor, a trusted deniable assets who handles all of Josephine Tseng's more delicate operations off the books and away from the public eye. The plastic-faced man is her shadowy right hand outside the corporation. She doesn't bother with a glass. She takes a long pull of the stinking bottle and wipes her mouth with the back of her hands. And I know where to find him too. I've made contact with an information broker. Zhao Zi, who works out of an abandoned night market in Shekip Bay in the Xing House Court. It's not hard to find. He takes another pull on the bottle. Xiao Zi has access to the plastic-faced man's complete itinerary. Where he'll be, who he'll be with, what sort of security he'll have. The works. She grins glassy-eyed. You can use it to perform an extraction. Grab it and find out what he knows. Did you find out why Li has a face made of plastic? It's not just his face. Li Tai Lung's entire skull is synthetic. He designed himself to be the perfect corporate operative. He installed a unique piece of headwear, you see. He allocates and compartmentalizes client-related memories so that they can be erased upon completion of a job. And as an added security measure, this cortical implant will wipe his memory if it detects that he's been captured. Seriously? He can just wipe out everything having to do with same mechanical services. So you need to find a way to circumvent the implant. Exactly. Unless you can find a way around the cortical implant, you'll have no way to extract the information he has and find out what has happened to Raymond Black. She closes the mouth of the bottle with her finger. I've done my part in this, my darling. You need to find a way to neutralize that device. I know a way. I heard of something like this before. I met someone in the Matrix who had to shirk a similar memory wipe implant once. It was a requirement for a big job, and she pulled it off. Keep talking. Her handle is Dreamland, and I know where to find her. All we had to do was convince her to give up the secret of how she did it. Okay, Isabella and I will go see Dreamland before we hit with the information broker. Then we grab the plastic-faced man. No matter who you choose to help you, no matter who you choose to help you snatch this guy, I'm gonna be there when you extract the information from him about Raymond. Wu crosses his arms across his chest and tilts his head towards you. You got it, Fistifer? We should all be there. We should all be there. I know I want to see this. Very good, my darlings. Now listen to me. After you get what you need for the plastic-faced man, I want you to end him. You understand? I need to send a very clear message that this is what happens when you mess with Kindly Chang's operations. With Kindly Chang's people. Josephine takes Nightjar, I take care of plastic-faced man. Once you snatch the plastic-faced man, Sang will know something is happening. The events will unfold very quickly after that. You'd best close out any pressing business you have before heading to Shek Mei before to see Xiao Si. You understand? I'll check my mission computer to see if I have any jobs I want to knock out before I hit MTR for Shek Mei. Business is business, my darling, and business has been good since you arrived. Very good. Very good. Very good. Very good. That's all. That's Dr. Shin. I knew Dr. Shin Yang. I spoke to him before. Okay. Let's talk more about your medicine. My medicine? I can't think of a thing to talk about, except how nice it is to see you. Hey, but blue skies over here, beautiful. Can you unship? I'd like to talk to you. Alright, beautiful. Alright. Touching his cigarette and tensely beneath his fingers, he reaches up into his hair with a faint click. He removes the chip. His expression goes slack and his shoulders slump. Matthew struggles to maintain eye contact. Slow tide of melancholy washes over his face. Eye fist. Here we are. Why are you doing this to yourself? You would too. I know what people think. Some people like Ambrose don't look down on me. Everyone else, I just want them to leave me alone. I just want to be alone, okay? I don't blame you, brother. The world is screwed. I think you might be the sanest one among us. Thanks, Fist. I know what I'm doing. I'm going back now. Yes, that was real. Real beautiful. I mean, that was real. I mean, real beautiful. You got some chops on you. Woo! You know something I think about? Something I think about. May I tell you? It's gonna blow your socks. Sure, Matthew, go ahead. You're a peach, beautiful. Let's get real, really real. I'm not Matthew's son, Shun, and I'm not cool blue jazz. I'm both. I think a lot about where I'm from. Some coked up dude on a sim rig recording his feelings. Mass produced in a factory, shipped out like a commodity. This other poor guy on a slowly sinking gasoline reeking drone lot. Caught a merchant of poverty by his neighbors, alone with his drones. The moldy smell of his trailer. It makes me angry, Fist. Angry about this heartless shit heap that calls itself Melody Humanity. But it also makes me proud. Where are you going with this? I'm proud because I'm more than the sum of my parts. Whatever aimless tweaker my feelings come from, they merge with a guy who never had a chance, and they alleviate his pain. I live a life of honor. I'm like a knight errant, a huge. I'm like the swordsman of Jiadao. Oh no. Thanks for reaching out to Matthew. Don't you worry, I'm watching out for him. As long as there's ships, I won't get tired. I'll never leave. Jiadao swordsman? You're not like a Tang Dynasty warrior, Matthew. Oh, yes, I am. And this
Waves around us now, dead Sirio. This is my frosty blade. Hell of the hero, beautiful. Injustice, watch out. Okay, cool. Alright, goodbye, Matthew. Wow. Let's see if we can get something out of this. Conversation with the look who's back. Why don't you egg a car or something and leave us alone? I, for one, enjoy Fist's visits. How can we help you? Sorry to interrupt. I was wondering if you were still having the dreams. This again? Don't you have anything better to do? Yes, we're all still having the dreams. However, we've gotten a hell of a lot worse. Look, let's not go into detail. This information can help others. If I tell you, will you go away? Can't make any promises. I'll hold you to it all the same. Our dreams have become unpleasant, so to say. Dark, violent. Not all that healthy, if you ask me, especially for men of our age. We come out of them in a daze sometimes. Feels like we've been punched in the senses and the imagery. I think I've seem upset. Is something wrong? Oh, okay. Yeah, this is the same conversation that we already had. Let's just make it sure. Alright, crafty? Alright. Same conversation. Nothing new with crafty. And Algernon is not here either, so... Maximum wall. Miles at a wall. Hey, Fist, I wanted to say I'm sorry. I didn't mean to put anyone in danger. Just keep your mouth shut in the future. Don't make me ask you again. Shadowrunner is a darkening business. Shadowrunning is a darker business than I thought. It is what it is. You just have to play by certain rules. Yeah, whatever. Well, whatever the rules are, I don't want to know anything to do with it. I'm not like you, Fist. I'm not some carnivore. I don't want to be one. You get out of here, Fist. I want to get on to something bigger. This place is kind of a shithole, isn't it? Rain drizzles. Torn tarps flap weakly in Docks Creek. The odors of garlic, sizzling fish, and ginger onions, wall sewage, and the industrial effluent mingle in the heap. Like you said, it's a stepping stone. Yeah, it is. Dealing tech is how I'm gonna get out. I guess that makes my strategy clear. Over to Law's Technology Palace, Fist. What useless junk can I sell you? Are you back on good terms with Wampoa? Yeah, we're good. We're a tough tribe. If you don't mess up every so often, you aren't trying, right? Your code never breaks. It's not pushing the limits. Sometimes things gotta go boom. I gotta pay my dues, but I'll rise in the tribe. It just takes time. No offense, but that's all the tribe business. That's all the tribe business I want to talk. I'm taking this information hygiene thing seriously. All right, cool. I'll live the boom. Maximum law. What is this? Ooh. I'll take a gold trauma kit any day. If you got a platinum one for me down the road, I'll take that too. Ambrose. Ambrose looks exhausted. He's staring blankly. Glass of amber whiskey next to him. Engine parts litter the floor of the operating theater. Hey, Fist! Big typhoon on the way in. Better batten down the hatches. Robot arm swings over for him to take a weary drag from a cigarette. It's gonna be a kicker. What's the deal with typhoon? It's your first typhoon, isn't it? Typhoons grow out of the Pacific, then come crashing down to the coast. Biggest ones hit Cat 7. Real monsters. Unreal. Ambrose swirls his whiskey disconsolately. This one here's just a big wet huffer. Streets are gonna flood. Aircraft will be grounded. This one's awakened, so get ready for a lot of communications interference. And get your galoshes, it's gonna be wet. He gives you a sidelong glance, sly look in his eyes. Good time for running in storms. All that wind and rain obscures surveillance. The curfew clears the streets. Cops and security contractors are all tied up. We're at sea level here. What will storm surge do to Hawaii? Nothing. The Shirang Wall will seal all of Victoria Harbor, behind a big concrete breakwater. It shuts down the harbor and keeps the sea level constant. Have you ever seen the harbor wall activated before? It's a miracle of engineering. It'll stop a 2-meter surge with 7-meter wind waves. Surprised you're not throwing a typhoon party. Nobody's in the mood for it. I'm not either. These dreams are driving everyone crazy. Takes a big slug of his whiskey. Mechanical arm from the wheelchair absently fills the glass back up. Fortunately, I have special training for dealing with dreams. Who are you, Ambrose? Really? I'm Ambrose Rokotansky. I'm the doctor around here. Anyone else I might have been is dead and gone. You know anything about Archaeopteryx on the BBS? What, like the bird? Yeah, like a little bird who I watched divert attention from a very good rigger doc. And definitely fished for information on one of Icebreaker's old associates. What, you implying that was me? Ambrose breaks into a smile that's sunny, though possibly a bit forced. Hey, I'm flattered, I really am, but I stay away from the BBS. That world's behind me. Although, I suppose if I ever found someone with whom I had unfinished business... Ambrose's voice drops several octaves, just for a moment. I'd be a real angry cuss. There's no such person as Ambrose Rokotansky, is there? Maybe. I wasn't born with that name. The Icebreaker's just a notorious and secretive conglomerate who vanished with his team. Maybe I never worked for him. Maybe I did. I'll tell you what's real. The clinic is real. What I do here is real. This place is as real as it comes. Karen was real too. She was my friend. And the heart in my story, that's real too. As far as the rest, well, some stories are too dangerous to tell. Why'd you leave Chicago, really? Maybe it wasn't Chicago I left. There's been a lot of mixing in the UCAS Midwest. It's a big territory that my accent could be from. Maybe I crossed someone. The Mafia, RAs, Russians, Stuffer Shack. Ambrose winks, but with a cyber eye. His living eye keeps watching you relentless. Maybe I'm saying that my old hood is inside the Chicago containment zone. Maybe saying that my old hood is inside the Chicago containment zone is just a way to cover my tracks. I can't hold that accent. Go Bears! What happened to your team? Things went bad. We got ambushed. We got ambushed. Ambrose squints appraisingly at you. His expression is unreadable, a perfect poker face. I must have not been doing a good job of Overwatch. That ambush killed everyone else. Eventually, it even killed Karen. My liver and kidneys are machines in a wheelchair. I lost half my body. I'm in chronic pain, and every night it's the same thing. Nightmares. They never end. If I had any part in the end of the crew, well, I pay with almost everything. It's still less than a... Ambrose is suddenly overcome with emotion. It seems to catch him by surprise. His poker face cracks an agonal grimace, and tears well up in his eyes. After an instant, he masters himself and his stony face returns. What matters now is making something productive of my life. I mean it when I say I'm just about the luckiest guy in the world. You're right, you are just about the luckiest guy in the world. I'm glad you understand. Oh boy, I know your game is, remember that. I will. I'm already chrome to the gills. I don't look it, but I got a full suite. Quad jacks, no soft, radio, skill wire, tactical computer, whole bunch of rigor wire. Check it out, I got an artificial liver in my chair. I want to keep my last essence. I've come to wipe my humanity. I don't want to turn into one of the Walking Dead. And saving your last essence makes sense. Glad you'd think so. Like I said, I'm taking my crow more, talking about my crow more than the next guy. I like talking about my crow more than the next guy, but not right now. Besides, it's kind of a personal subject. You looking for something today? Goodbye, Ambrose. Oh my. I feel like Young troll bouncer is as far from alert as he's likely ever been. Men and women pass the door without earning a glance at from Freddy. He just taps away at the screen of the tablet, oblivious to the world. You taking a break, Freddy? Snap out of it. Oh, it's you. Sorry about that. Just making some final arrangements. My father thinks I'm not ready for the big time. He thinks I'm not strong enough or resourceful enough or whatever, but I'm proving him wrong already. See, I got it all figured out. The Hell Thunder crew has been spotted to the south mostly, out along the islands there. Star Ferry Service operates all through that region, so I just need to head down to Stanley and start hopping ferries until I hear the drums. They play the drums, do you know that? That's why I've been practicing. I got a plus-size capsule reserved at the Dynasty Mansion in Stanley. I got enough cash to cover that and the ferry rides for about 2 months. And get this, Stanley is known as Chechu, which means Bandit's Post. Why? Because of pirates. It's a sign, I'm telling you. I got a lead on someone with Tolovori down there. I may be able to help. He's got connections inside Yamatetsu. They pretty much run the marine department these days. They monitor ships coming and going, so if the pirates hit, they'll know. Once they know, my gal will make sure I know. It's all coming together. I'll show my bow what I'm made of. I'm leaving as soon as I get my loose ends tied up. I think this is a bad idea. Piracy's a bloody trade with a short life expectancy. What do you mean? Out of anyone, I expect you to understand. That's what I'm saying. I steal and fight for a living. It's not glamorous. Shit, now you got me all confused. I suppose I don't have to leave immediately. One more day to stew on it won't matter much. Just sleep on it, Freddy. Henry stands unmoving at the back of the club, staring blankly at a wall. Had the wall been built with a window, the view afforded would lead straight out. The view afforded would lead straight out to sea, but as it is, the old troll stares at nothing. Come to a decision. You're gonna lay this on me, I take it? I thought you might understand, so here it is. I can't do it any longer. I can't keep going on this way. I'm just so tired, and not just because of the dreams disturbing my sleep at night. I was worried of this world long before that. If anything, the dreams simply served to underscore the truth. I don't belong here. I've known it for a long time, but I just couldn't admit to myself. I tried myself, but for the sake of I tried my best for the sake of Ermine and the boys. But I'm more a burden to them than help. Better for me to be out of their hair. This isn't my world anymore. Likely it never was. Maybe there's a world out there for me, somewhere on the water. And maybe only the only world for me is back in the past. All I know though is that it's not here. My number is up, whether it's tomorrow or years from now. I'll just slip into the water. Less of a burden in death than I was in life. Simple and neat. The tide is going out. It's time I went with it. Won't your family miss you? It'll be no different than when I was working. They survived fine back then. They're better equipped to survive now. They'll be fine. There's a difference. You always came back before. I suppose, but did they need me to? Did they want me to? No, I don't know. A moment ago it seemed all so clear. And don't throw away what you love. Your family needs you. Henry nods slowly, silently, like a ship, rocking gently in the swell. Guess you're right. It's not about me, is it? I may not belong here, but that doesn't mean it's not my place. It seemed my duty was to the ship. Now I guess it's my duty is to them. Hello, Fist. I'll abide. I will. Talking to, talking to Callum last. The trollwoman looks more weary than you have ever seen her. The club is virtually shut down and she doesn't seem to care. She lost that presence to the world. She lost the presence which had once so defined her, and it has left her visibly smaller. The world's gone mad, hasn't it? The world's always been mad. What happened? Callum thinks Henry isn't his father. He thinks I had an affair. He even threatened to tell Henry if I don't let him leave. The truth is, he's right. I did have an affair. I had several affairs. I was young, beautiful, and very aggressive. I was going places. Henry was gone at sea most of the time. Henry isn't Callum's father, but I can't tell Callum the truth about his father. It might destroy him. Let me guess, Callum's father is this mysterious new benefactor. Yes, he is. That man whispers promises to my son, a free ride through university, guaranteed starting position at Baihu, a bright future. Callum doesn't know what the world is like. Once I was ready to leave Henry for that man. He lavished gifts on me. He told me I was special. Maybe he really did love me. I was a troll girl from Haoi. Transcending her meager beginnings, I was becoming someone of worth. And I even had a powerful human lover. Right, fixes the level gaze at you. I who has always frowned on metahumans. I was an exception. I just thought that because they accepted me, it wouldn't affect me anymore. In fact, I myself looked down on most metahuman as oversensitive and lazy. Then he invited me to a high-level corporate retreat for the weekend. They treated you badly? No, I was treated like a princess. However, my eyes were open to a depth of cruelty that I'd been ignoring. Do you know what they do at night? Do you know what they do at these retreats? They hunt. But what is there to hunt? What is there to hunt here in Hong Kong? Nothing. Nothing that which is different. Those they secretly disdain. They see us as animals. They hunt poor metahumans. Somehow they thought I'd be okay with it. They thought I was one of them. They don't kill their prey. It's more satisfying to let them live, knowing their victims are powerless to find justice. They take trophies, the tips of an elf's ears, an orc's tusks, a troll's horns.
I realized that I had already given them a trophy of my... Realized that I had already given them a trophy. My basic humanity. My principles. His voice cool and professional, her expression is earnest. For me, it wasn't about humans versus elves, or orcs, or dwarves, or my kind. Why should I understand that, Fist? It was about common humanity. It was about how we treat all people. What did you do? I acted like it was fine and held it together for the weekend. I hid my feelings like any good negotiator in a bad position. Then once the weekend was open, I cleaned out my office, and I came back to Hayway and said by who my resignation. Later, I found out I was pregnant with Callum. When the DNA test confirmed that Henry wasn't the father, I meant to terminate the pregnancy. But I couldn't bear it to do it. And so Callum, my son, one of the joys of my life. Maybe this man fancies himself as Callum's father. Even if he does, that still doesn't guarantee Callum's safety among those people. By who is still by who. And maybe that man just wants to get back at me for leaving him. After all, he had the audacity to say that I broke his heart. This is why I can't allow Callum to go. I'd rather my son hate me forever than give himself to that world. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have troubled you with my problems. You probably came here on business and your time is valuable. Can I show you anything? No. Sorry. You take care. Alright, alright. Callum is in a rare state. Steeped neither in melancholy nor alcohol-fueled oblivion, his excitement can barely be held back by the corners of his mouth, and this comes in stark contrast to the dread hanging over Hayway. This is it, Fist. It's actually happening. Alright, spill it. I don't know where to start. I'm just so excited. It's official. My ship has finally come in. My mother won't approve, but my father won't care. My brother won't understand, but this opportunity is just too great to pass up. Certainly, you could see that. Seems almost too good to be true. You don't know the half of it. Mr. Ty confessed to something else. They performed a genetic test after our dinner. He says I'm his son. It all makes sense now. I never fit in here. I'm nothing like my father or brother. Don't you see? My mother had an affair with Mr. Ty. All her attempts to keep me down here were just efforts to save face. She couldn't let anyone know to her shame. And Henry isn't my father. It doesn't matter now. My real father's found me. He's gonna give me the life I always deserved. For starters, he's invited me on a Bayou corporate retreat for execs and their families. He wants me to meet his wife and his 2 daughters. Imagine that. I've got 2 little half-sisters. Can't wait to leave all this behind. This is still your family count, but can't you see how I'm hurting here? This is the first time I've been sober in years. This is my chance. I should throw that away. Or what? A father who isn't my real father? A mother who lied to me? A brother whose greatest joy is hurtling bodies in the street? We can't choose our families, but we can choose to stand by them. I can choose, can't I? That's what this is all about. Maybe you're right. I need to think about this. There's a lot at stake here, and the world isn't always as it seems. Think about that. Think about it for a while. Thanks, Fist. I will. No, I couldn't bring myself to break the news. Oh, can I do some more life ruining? Hold on. All right, Henry. Can't say anything to you. Got a lot on my mind. All right. Shin is reclining against the stacks of cages as you approach, watching the display of a small Trid player on the table. The Trid displays the shimmering form of a dancing woman weaving her way through a crowded club. It seems to have been filmed with a portable recorder, or possibly someone's cyber eyes. Draped in wild clothing that scintillates with the lights and holograms, the dancer slips through the crowd like living mercury. Every step and evasion is effortless. You watch the dancer weave her way up a flight of stairs, moving towards the second floor balcony. As she ascends the stairs, her hands start to crackle with energy, and points of light trace across her neck, shoulders, and spine. In the glitter and flash of the club lighting, no one else seems to notice. For a split second, she looks back at the camera's point of view, and smiling seductively. Shin gestures towards the holographic display, smiling broadly. Keep watching. It's about to get good in a few seconds. The dancer arrives at the top floor, moving towards a particular table. The table's occupants, triad members judging by their tattoos, arise from where they're sitting and begin to draw weapons. Their expressions indicate they're familiar with the dancer and intend to kill her. At this point, the dancer explodes into motion. She bobs and weaves out of the way of their gunfire, her fingertips flinging electricity and fire in long arcs. She seems to dance at and around the triad soldiers. Each step and beat causes an explosion of force that scatters tables and drinks. Wreathed in the elements, the woman cuts through triad members in effortless pavane of destruction. Recording ends and Shin straightens up. I could watch Lucky Ping at work all day. I don't know how she works her magic, but it's a beautiful and terrifying thing to behold. Really glad she's with the Yellow Lotus and not an enemy syndicate. That was a hell of a dance. That it is. She's been a dancer since she was a kid, but I guess her magic just spontaneously manifested when she was a teenager. She figured out how to channel it into kind of a whatever it is you saw. I have no idea how she does it. Anyway, what can I help you with? Tell me more about your crew. We're fairly private people. Generally, when I get asked a question like that, I figure it's because someone's looking for something to use against me. Shin's expression remains softens for a moment, however. Well, you're a decent person so far. You've been a decent person so far. I guess I can tell you some. When Ming and I started our cell, Grandfather Woe took him to Wudang for a year or two before he did the same for me. He made it clear that he expected repayment in kind when we were old enough. And since the Yellow Lotus was his organization, we joined up. At first, it was mostly small-time stuff. Shell games on street corners, stuff like that. We picked up a new member after about 6 months, and things started to change. Freedom Say, dwarf kid. Absolute murder with twin pistols. The kind of focus I can bring to Baron Kung Fu. That's how he shoots. His parents named him Freedom and sent him to UCAS to live with an uncle. Guess they wanted him to be really American or something. An uncle, huh? Beyond that, there's Yang. The lawyer you saw me talking to before. 4 of us do a pretty cozy business between jobs for Steel Arm Lu and Kindly Ching. It's not like we're in charge of much, but it beats starving, yeah? You like working for the Yellow Lotus? Like has nothing to do with it. I have debts to Grandfather Woe, and I intend to repay them. I guess they're a good enough syndicate. We waste a lot of blood and money fighting the Red Dragon, though. Can't say I like the end of that end of the business, since it seems like a huge waste. Or for Grandfather, I might see about getting a White Ming, Steel Arm Lu, and Lucky Ping to break away. Maybe start our own thing in turf that's not quite so fought over. But I can't leave him. I owe him everything. It's good to have that kind of loyalty. Without that kind of loyalty, what kind of people would we be? We're no different than robber barons and corrupt politicians that made a mess of this world. You stand by your family and you fight to protect them. That's what matters. I've heard a lot of talk about the Yellow Lotus Vanguards and Incense Masters. They're dead set on eliminating the red dragons, despite the risk. When that kind of talk gets tossed around, nobody's safe. Leads to all-out warfare. Last time that happened, the White Jade Brotherhood got wiped out completely. It's a bad strategy. It's just bad strategy to try and wipe them out. It's all this old rivalry between the elders. It has nothing to do with the business end of things. Old vendettas gets you killed, even if they're not yours. Talk to you later. Oh, you know what? Actually, let me talk to you now. We got new stuff, I think. What's new? Unarmed. Well, no, we didn't get any money, so... We don't have any money, rather. Plus, I need key casting if I'm going to get blood calls to blood or whatever. That's all for now. Let's go to mission computer real quick. Oh, there's notes. Hey, Fist, these are the notes that you asked for. Before you dive in, heads up. A complete transcription of that list from my mother's journal. As in, their thoughts and ramblings of an insane woman. It's not easy to read. A dream. This time it was a near figure, a shadow, wraith. Faceless. I heard its voice, though it did not speak, and when I awoke, it was inside my home. Though I'd been in the city just moments before. Where am I? A weight dropped into me. I felt the words of the wraith in my skin, in the tips of my hair. I saw its mouth in my mind's eye. Rows and rows of lies. Morning. My hand was to the paper before I even knew what I was writing. It wrote the words. These words. They cannot lie. I added it to my list. Evening. Was it a king I saw? Was it really there? I was in the city, I'm sure of it. And how did I end up here? Was I carried back? My list is growing. Soon with this knowledge I will stop the kings. A step forward is a step backward. A step backward is a step forward. Each wraith has a name, a true name and a false name. Knowing their true name is knowing their weakness. To call them on their lies is to make yourself invisible. They will still try to eat you. They fear the feathers of unborn chicks. Kings must be one or the other. That is, of the negative world or of the positive. Positive doesn't necessarily make them good, nor negative make them bad. They simply are. Once the deal is brokered, it cannot be unmade. Kings and planets are closely connected. When nearest the sun, their power wanes. When farthest it grows, there is only one wraith. There is only one wraith. There may be two wraiths, but there is most certainly only one wraith. Wait, what? There is only one wraith. There is only one wraith. There may be two wraiths. There is most certainly only one wraith. Got it. They must follow the laws of the universe, rules set in motion long ago. Should they concede defeat, all is lost to them. Kings are the rulers of us all. They take from us their lifeblood, and with it parts of our souls. Do not give them what they seek, and you will be their match. They cannot lie. Morning. I made breakfast. It fell on the floor in the shape of my death. Another truth is revealed to me. I added it to my list. It's all or nothing. They are all liars. Another dream. It was in the white space. I could taste the color as if it were air. This time, no voice. Just rows and 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 rows. A mess, I know. There's not a lot of significant material other than what I already picked out. But even that is contradicted by within Mom's notes. Everything should be taken with a grain of salt. Meantime, I'll keep looking into it. Good luck on your end. Pissed while I was blazing through my mom's journal. Something struck me. We spent so much time reading about the walled city that we haven't taken the thought to look at it. Paint a picture with the information we've been gathering. So I contacted a friend of mine, Riley Decker, and I asked her to pull some data for me. The results were surprising, and for what it's worth, I think we're onto something. Riley dug up records of things reported sleep disturbances, psychotic breaks, HKPF responses to cult activities, etc. She found that they all form a classic bullseye heat pattern around the walled city. She couldn't find any data from within the walled city itself, but outside data was still enough to establish the pattern inside the slum. This has got to be more than coincidence. It's too unnatural to be attributed to anything else. I don't know what it means yet, but I've got my nose to the books. I'll let you know what I find out. One other thing, that last email that I sent you. The one with my mother's notes. I went ahead and reread it, and that took me back to the source text. I was able to pull something else from her list. This isn't much, but it seems to be pretty consistent across her ramblings. If I'm reading it right, it's some kind of a set of rules that govern the interactions of the Yama Kings. It's surprisingly bureaucratic if I'm reading it right. The most interesting tidbit is this. There's something here about the Kings being unable to back down on a deal. It's like they give an inch, they forfeit everything. What I'm reading, the Yama Kings have their own code of laws, but they don't have to follow them unless you know how to call them on it. Like, they break the rules all the time, but you can't cite chapter and verse on... But if you can't cite chapter and verse on which rule they're breaking, it doesn't matter to them. Just approach them from a place of wisdom, though, and you can bind them with their own laws. Anyway, this is all really arcane stuff, but I think there might be something here. I can't vouch for any of it, obviously, but when you take a step back, it all sounds like crazy talk. But one thing I can tell you for certain, my mother believed it was true. If anything else comes up, you'll be the first to know. Alright, just kind of skimming through the Eastern District explosions, Shiwase explosions. Decker looking for team. You see that fourth item on the requirements list? Oh shit, that's nuts. All of them gone? Muffin Top Ninja, Captain Scone? All of them, even Explodies too. I hardly got to know them, but they were good people. What a terrible loss. You had no idea what who you were running with the shadows with, huh? I thought he was a great war hero, tough as nails. Just have the skills for... Okay. Wow. Oh, wow. So they kept hiring Deckers, and it kept going wrong for them. Deckers kept dying, and then they had the last guy that they hired, well. They kind of messed it up for themselves and didn't listen to their Decker the new Decker that they hired. Alright. Any thoughts about that last run? Alright, I think Raptor stuff is done.
Gaicho is waiting for his mission. I don't have to go to sleep anymore. Hey, DC. No, you're fine. You're fine. Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, I know, I'm a bit weirdly congested myself, and that's why I didn't get on earlier today. I was gonna have to break up my stream in 2 parts today anyway, like I do during the weekdays. So I decided to just do one longer stream into the late nights, or into, you know, into probably my next mission is probably gonna be when I wrap up. That's kind of the way that I'm structuring this one. I'm just doing 2 missions, like 2 missions each, or 1 mission each stream, unless it's a long one. You're doing well. Hope planes team one. Like I said, that's one I need to dig into again at some point. Where is everything? Well, that you get to feeling better. And, yeah. Alright, let's talk to Gobbet. Stepping into Gobbet's cabin, you find her crouching on the floor. She appears to be midway through a valiant struggle against an enormous pastry. Her cheeks bulge out like a chipmunk's, and the wispy wet threads of pork floss hang from her crumb-speckled lips. She glances up at you, her eyes wide with alarm. Her jaw works to manage the enormous quantity of crispy dough in her mouth, but she doesn't seem to be making much headway. Just, you know, between the two of you, my money is on the pastry. She struggles to move her jaw, but her mouth is stuffed too full for her to make much headway. She gestures feebly towards a pitcher of water on the ground near her feet. She tilts back the pitcher and sucks down its contents. The water pours into her mouth. She's slowly able to work food restored in her cheeks. Finally, she lowers the water pitcher, coughing. Okay, oh yeah. Note to self, the pastry terrace on Prince Edward Road makes them dry. She takes another swig from the pitcher, grimacing. Moist green apple and jelly trotter my ass. That thing was like a desert made of pig. Maybe you shouldn't have tried to cram the entire thing in your mouth at once. I was challenging myself for science. It wasn't the whole pastry, it was just half of one. She lifts the remaining pastry for your inspection. The pork floss that covers its exterior looks almost festive. It's more reminiscent of a beige curly tinsel than it is food. Sure, I'll take it. You want it? She blinks in surprise. Really? Sure, it's all yours. Here, catch. She tosses the remaining pastry to you. It sails through the air, glinting suggestively in the dim cabin light. Snatch the flying pork brick out of the air. It's surprisingly dense, with heft roughly equivalent of a softball. Sure, I'll go ahead and eat it. You raise the pastry to your lips and take a bite. Seconds later, you can feel all the moisture in your mouth evaporate. Gobbet wasn't lying. This thing is dry. The flavor is surprisingly palatable, though. She blinks at you in astonishment. Huh. Can't believe you ate that. I'm impressed. If I ever get another of those again, I'm gonna let it sit in a bowl of condensed milk for at least half an hour before putting it in my mouth. It might help, I don't know, reconstitute it, I guess? I don't know, it might work. Anyway, you probably wanted to talk about what happened on that raft, huh? I think in your place I would. Let's talk about what happened on the sinking ship. Yeah, we can do that. First of all, I should thank you. You and Iz came to help me, even though I didn't ask you to. Or want you to. Actually, maybe I should be upset about that. The important thing is you did help me. I'm not gonna say that I couldn't have handled it without you, but it would have been really, really, really dicey. I could say that again. The situation on that raft was pretty bad. I don't think that you could have done much, Gobbet. Not after seeing what Malvina had turned the lower level into. I don't want to argue about it. Let's just say that it was a good thing you were here. It was a good thing you were there. She shuffles her feet, stirring a pile of dirty blankets on the floor. What we walked into on that raft, well, it was pretty terrible. More than I could imagine, more so than I could have imagined. On the bright side, we overthrew Malvina and put the raft back in Cad's hands. That feels pretty great. And the shiny object is the bottom of Hong Kong Bay, lodged in a bank of silt and crab shit. That's pretty much where it belongs. But I gotta admit, something is gnawing at me. Before you and Iz showed up, I was gonna sink that raft. I'd gotten halfway through arming the charges, and I was gonna send the whole sinking ship down in flames. Everyone on it would have died. Cad and Yasmin, all of them. All because I made my mind up early and I didn't want to change it. And it makes me think, how many times before now have I done what seemed like the right thing? You know, followed my gut like I taught you? Without realizing there was a better option. The whole introspection thing kind of sucks, I gotta say. It's much more comforting to assume that... she looks up at you, scowling. It's much more comforting to just assume that all of my past decisions were right. Sure is. It's intellectually dishonest, but it's definitely comforting. She bites on her lower lip. Yeah. You know, Seattle, you aren't helping my mood any. I'm kind of having a rough time over here. She begins to pace, kicking piles of dirty clothes and blankets out of the way. Thrusting her hands into her pockets, she fishes out madness and folly and tosses them down onto her cot. I don't do this very often. Reflecting is for mirrors, not for devastatingly attractive street shamans. I don't know how you hand-wringers deal with feeling this way. I don't know how you hand-wringers deal with feeling this way. By hand-wringers, you mean people who learn from their mistakes? That's pretty simple. We acknowledge our mistakes and our near misses, and we own up to them. Okay, I pretty much got that step covered. What comes next? What comes after this? After you suffered your embarrassment for a while, you try to learn something from it. Huh. Your way is boring, Seattle, and it's complicated. And it comes with way too many bad feelings. Yeah, I get it. There's probably even more value. There's probably even some value there. I'm never going to start second-guessing everything that I do, though. That just isn't me. Maybe you could start second-guessing some things, like when new information presents itself. What a novel concept. Yes, Seattle, I can do that. And I will from now on. Cross my heart. Anyway, things turned out the way that they did. I don't know what might have happened if we'd tried to do something different, but there's one thing I can say for certain. Things are better in Hong Kong Bay than they were before we went to the sinking ship. We did some good out there. That's something. Yeah, it is. Oh, actually, there's two things I can say for that. For certain. I think that Rad is happy that the shiny object is gone. She fishes in her pocket for a few seconds. Then she produces a chunk of stone the size of a marble. It appears to be made of the same marbled red jade that the shiny object was. Check it out. She gave me a present. Are you sure that came from Rat? Where'd that come from? From Rat. Like I said, she literally gave it to me. Put it right in the palm of my hand. I had a vision. It had colorful lights dancing road its works. And when the world came back into focus, I was holding this magic marble. She tosses a stone into the air and catches it with her other hand. Neat, huh? Now, I don't quite know how it works yet, but I'm sure that it does something. I mean, it has to, right? Rat wouldn't give me just a normal rock. She's a trickster and all, but that'd be mean. So mark my words, the next time we're in the field, something magical is going to happen. I mean, literally magical. It'll be a journey of discovery for both of us. I'll be looking forward to that. Me too, Anna. Thank you, Seattle. I really, really mean that. You can fly by my side anytime. That question about Isabel. Any thoughts about the last one? Yeah, of course. I mean, it's kind of a big deal, you know? We pretty much already said everything there is to be said, though, haven't we? I mean, it's not like we didn't go over this already, the important lessons about responsibility and all that. I had a question about Isabel. Oh, yeah? Ask away. She told me that you let her out of the walled city when you were kids. Care to fill any details on that? Yeah, I guess I'm not surprised. Izzy's never been big on padding a story with unnecessary detail. Well, what's your side of the story? Seems like I got a vested interest in the walled city these days. Yeah, sure, why not? I'll share. She taps her chin thoughtfully. To start, I guess you're gonna need to know what the walled city was when me and Iz were kids. She didn't tell you anything about that, did she? No, she didn't say much, other than that she'd saved her. Didn't think so. She reaches down, absent-mindedly strokes Madness's silky coat. Rat chirps happily at her caress. Well, for starters, you should probably know that the walled city wasn't always as bad as it is now. It was always dangerous, but 10 years ago, it was just a run-of-the-mill slum. Still safe enough that walking in didn't qualify as a suicide attempt. Keep going. Back then, I used to play in the walled city. Rat would teach me all kinds of nooks and crannies that the grown-ups were too big to fit through. There was this other young shaman that I used to play with. His name was Happy or Lucky or something like that. He followed Pig. Nice guy. Good card player. Obviously, none of this was a good idea. A teenage girl going into the walled city by herself? That's a recipe for disaster. I didn't realize any of this at the time. I loved going into alleys and crawl spaces of the walled city. It was fun. Is that how you met Isabel? I explored the walled city as a kid? I did stuff like that myself in the Barrens. When you're a street kid, you make your own fun. Yeah, it kind of makes you shudder when you look back on it. It's like, where are those kids' parents? And with most street kids, that's a question best left unanswered. With Isabel, it was a little different. She wasn't a street kid. Not technically. She had parents who loved her, they just couldn't keep her safe, because in the walled city, there's no such thing. There have to be some safe places in the walled city. Depends on who you are and where you're from. For some people, it's safe. The Yellow Lotus doesn't have much to worry about. Lotus Den is the safest district in the walled city. Isabel and her family lived in the Mansion District. That's a different story. Mansion District sounds nice, is it? Right? Really, it isn't. Imagine it's sort of a holding pen for refugees from Middle East and Africa. But anyway, basically anyone who isn't Asian, European, or Goblinoid. Now cram it full to twice its normal capacity and make sure that nobody living there can afford a loaf of bread. Why is it called the Mansion District? The locals named it after Chungking Mansion in Shimswa Shui. It's sort of an inside joke. The mansions are the unofficial African quarter of Hong Kong. Most of the free enterprise zone's African immigrants settle there when they can afford it. Destitute refugees like Iz and their families don't get to go to Chungking mansions. They get herded into the walled cities. And once they're inside, mansion districts is where they end up. Forced relocation, huh? I guess some things never go out of style. Ugh. No, they don't. Once refugees arrive at the Mansion District, their prospects don't exactly improve. The only things that most people in the mansion had in common is the color of their skin and the fact that they were hiding and they were living in crushing poverty. They didn't even have a common language to speak. Ooh. It was a pretty rough place. Lots of infighting, lots of gang-on-gang violence. People did band together for protection, but there wasn't a lot of hope. Everyone lived in fear of being sent deeper into the slum towards the center. Once you start getting dragged in that direction, you don't come back. Oh, it reminds me of life in the Barrens. Yeah, I imagine those two were pretty equivalent back then, before the walled city got really bad. And this is where I met Isabel. It wasn't long before we were friends. She was interesting. And that's why I think I let her latch onto me. The girl was smart and savvy, but cripplingly shy. She didn't belong in the walled city. No one really does, but with her it was painfully obvious. She was like a little mouse crammed in with a box full of weasels. It was only a matter of time before somebody snapped her up. So what happened? What led you to take her out of the walled city? That happened. She came to me in a dream and showed me that whatever was going on in the... Showed me that whatever was going bad in the walled city was getting worse. The whole place was rotting from the inside out, choking in bad key and lost hope. I decided to go in one more time. If I found Isabella, I'd offer to lead her out. If I didn't, well, I get it. You don't have to explain yourself to me. Thanks. Isn't pleasant to think about, especially considering what a shithole the walled city is now. The truth of the matter is, if I hadn't pulled Isabel out of there, she'd probably be dead by now. I get it. Someone did the same for me and Duncan once. Yeah, I knew that she'd get it. I did bump into her, and she did follow me, and Rat got us both out safe. So there you have it. Happy endings all around. What about other people that stayed behind? The other shaman that you knew. That went bad. Crazy. That pig shaman that I knew wound up going full on toxic. It was horrifying. He burned himself out in an orgy of blood. Toxic, what does that mean? When a shaman goes toxic, it means he goes bad. It's like if you invert the usual meaning of a totem, that's what a toxic shaman does. Dog shamans are loyal and friendly, and it's all like all good dogs are. A toxic dog shaman is rabid. They're both dog, but they're both different aspects of dog. Get it? Yeah. Your pig shaman friend went toxic. That's what I heard. You don't want to know what happened to him, what he became. It was pretty bad at the end before the locals overwhelmed him. A lot of people died. What about Isabel's family? She said that they were still in the walled city. Why didn't you bring them with you? You don't think that I wanted to? She sweeps a loose strand of her hair out of her head. She sweeps a loose strand of hair out of her eyes. Look, it's going to be dangerous enough to get Isabel out on her own. Dragging a whole family out with her would have been impossible. Why? Because they weren't like me, They hadn't grown up on the streets. They were upper-class people back in Somalia before they emigrated to Hong Kong. They were hopelessly out of their element. Even if I had managed to find them, they probably would have done something stupid and gotten us killed. So you just left them? Damn right I did. Even if I managed to convince them to come with us, they would have gotten caught. The Yellow Lotus would have kidnapped them if they were lucky. They were unlucky. The thrill gangs or the organ leggers might have gotten them. It wasn't worth the risk to even try. Besides, Isabel didn't want to bring her family. She wanted to get away from it as much as she did the walled city. Never could get her to tell me why. Oh no. Sure, ask away. I'm all ears. That's all. Oh no. Oh no. You enter Isabel's cabin to find her jacked on the octopus. Her body slouches, motionless, tethered to the machine. The computer's large display flickers to life again, just as it did the last time. Isabel's avatar fills the screen. This isn't helping. I'm decking in my safe space. And it doesn't help. The memories are just as painful here as they are in the real world. Your memories are a part of you. Decking camp doesn't make you leave that part behind. No, I guess that it doesn't. White plumes of static flow from the avatar's fists. She's shaking. It fucking should, though. I can't handle not having a way to escape this. Delete the memories, then, and we can make do without them. No, I wish that I could, but I can't. Not considering what we're up against. I'll tough it out. It's not like I have a choice. In fact, hang on a second. Alright, oh, this is the same thing. Eva told me about your escape from the walled city, just like you said she would. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Why are you telling me about it? Because the answers she gave me raised more questions. You want me to answer them for you? Alright, Fist, maybe I can satisfy your curiosity. The walled city was a hellhole. You already know that. But for all its failings, it was a good teacher. My eye. Sorry. It taught me to hide. To stay small and unnoticed and insulated, to survive. It taught me that the fish on the perimeter of the school get eaten. That sticking your neck out is a fool's errand. That even fools can have their uses.
It also taught me to recognize a stronger person when I met one, and use that strength to my own benefit. So when I met Gobbet, I knew that she had something I didn't. Confidence? Sure, that, and her connection to Rat. Everything about her, really. We were different people then, still are now. Differences were more pronounced when we were kids. Care to elaborate on that? Gobbet was playful and carefree. She could hold her own in a scrape, but mostly saw life as a game. As for me, well, I knew that it wasn't. I could have been more than 9 or 10 at the time. But even at that age, I saw Gobbet for what she represented, what she could be. And no, that didn't happen until later. What I saw her as then was a road out of the walled city. Path to freedom disguised as a little girl with dreadlocks. As it turned out, I was right. Pauses, eyes flit to the ground. She tightens her hands into fists. Ever since I unlocked these damn memories, I can't go 10 minutes without thinking about what might have happened if Gobbet if I hadn't followed Gobbet out of that place. It's a vicious cycle, running over and over in my head. I hate it. It won't stop. I feel guilty. You needed help and you took it. That's nothing to be ashamed of. Give me another reason to feel grateful for her, I guess. That's something. I've always known that I've owed Gobbet, but now I remember how much and why. Anyway, that's my side of the stories. I hope that it satisfied your curiosity. Now let's move on. Gobbet said you didn't want her to guide your parents out of the walled city, that you wanted them left behind. Yes, but not for anything they'd done. My parents were good people. They fled Somalia and found a better life for their children. To try to find a better life for their children. It wasn't their fault that they wound up in the walled city. I wanted them left behind for me. For you? What do you mean by that? Is it obvious? This. I knew what I was going to have done. I'd planned it well in advance. After I got out, I was going to find someone who could make my childhood go away. How would that have struck? How would that have stuck if my parents were around? If I'd had a living reminder right there next to me. It wouldn't have, so they had to stay. You were just a kid. I probably would have made the same decision in your shoes. Yeah, you probably would have. And for what it's worth, I was sure that they'd be fine. They were my parents, grown-ups. They'd be alright. Before you asked, I checked. They're gone now. I can't go right into the rescue. I made a decision when I was a kid. I felt like the right one at the time, and now I had to live with it. So used to the memories again when we leave. Such is life. Wasn't always. Until recently, I couldn't remember any of this. Now let's change the subject, okay? Anything else would be fine. That's all. Alright. Anything about that last run? You know what drives me crazy about Gobbet? She does shit like this all the time. She doesn't think about anything. Not the risk she takes, not the consequences of her actions, or how her behavior can hurt her friends. She just jumps headfirst into whatever crazy scheme she's got in her head. And damn everyone else. Maybe after this, she'll finally learn her lesson. I had to say, I didn't expect to get off the sinking ship without blowing it apart. My money was on setting fire to the whole contraption and letting it burn. But she really pulled out all the stops. Can't believe we had to face down some kind of rat demon god thing. But we did. Oh, there's a lesson in there somewhere, but I'll be damned if I know what it is. Anything else you want to know? No. Bye. 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 That's all we got. Wait. Isabel glances up at her. I've come to their decision. I want these memories out of my head. An unpleasant distraction, I was happier without them. When all this is over, I'm deleting them. To hell with locking them away within. I'm gonna purge my childhood altogether, shred the memories, and move on. As an added bonus, it'll clear up a lot of hardware memory. I could store some Sense recordings up there. Make it so that when I try to remember my past, I get summers on the beach instead of stars in pain.
These memories are a part of you and they've changed you. Purging them will kill part of you again. Oh yeah? Good. The part of me that knows this shit would be better off dead. The rest of me would be a whole lot happier too. Yeah, sure. I saw such shit in Barrens that I'd probably be happy to forget too. But living through those experiences made me stronger. Good for you. I don't want to be strong. Not if this is the price. I'm the one who has to live with this thing. Don't waste your breath telling me not to get rid of it. Alright. I guess that you're here with more questions, right? Walled City questions. Is there anything you could tell me? Anything else you could tell me about the Yama Kings? Yeah, I got another one for you if you want it. I can't say whether this is based on any kind of truth or not. It's for you to decide, but it was always popular when I was growing up, especially with other kids my age. You'll see why we liked it in the end. Piqued my curiosity. Okay, this one was about a boy named Gordon Yam. Now, he saved his mother from a fate worse than death. As the story goes, Gordon was the cleverest boy in the walled city. He could steal whatever he liked without getting caught. Sneak into any room unseen, and he could talk his way past any grown-up that might try to stop him. You get the picture. A real hero figure for the 9-year-old set. So one day, Gordon's mother fell ill. It was a bloody flux brought on by a curse, and it was going to kill her. She told Gordon that he should accept her death. The curse had come from a Yama King. There was no medicine that could prevent it from claiming her. She begged him to run, to escape the walled city, and to use his cleverness to make a life for himself somewhere far away. Gordon loved his mother. He refused to obey her request. Instead, he searched high and low for a way to save her life. For a long time, nothing came to him, but finally he happened upon an old man who told him about a powerful Yama King who could cure any ill for a price. Which Yama Kings? One of the ones you've told me about, or a different one? Different. He doesn't have a name, or he did. But because of what happened, speaking of it is taboo. The story's a little fuzzy on the details. We always just called him the Nameless King. So Gordon went out in search of the Nameless King. He made his way through Triad territory, past the Thrill Gangers and the Organ Leggers, you know the drill. Eventually he made it to the inner walled city, where he found the Nameless King's court. The human servants of the Nameless King took Gordon to stand before the creature they worshipped, and Gordon proposed his deal. Alright. Nameless King, he said, I need your help. My mother is dying of an ill that only you can cure. That may be so, said the Nameless King. But what is it to me? What will you offer me if I can spare her? If you restore her to health, I will join your court in repayment. I, the cleverest boy in the walled city, will serve you loyally and well. Nameless King was excited then, for he knew of Gordon's cleverness, and he coveted the little boy's soul. Gordon pulled a braid of his mother's hair from his pocket and held it before the Nameless King. Lock of my mother's hair, O King. Cure of this flux, I'm yours to command as you please. Nameless King worked his magic as Gordon's mother was cured. So what happened then? Did Gordon join the Nameless King's court? No. The Nameless King... When the Nameless King turned on Gordon, he laughed in the monster's face. I tricked you, Nameless King, for my mother was the property of another of your kind. In curing her, you have robbed the Yama King of his dinner. The Nameless King raged and turned on Gordon. But before he could bring his arm down in a killing stroke, it was caught by the grasp of 1,000 hooks, claws, and fangs. The Yama Kings, all of them. You've stolen from one of your own kind, brother, said the Yama Kings. Her life was not yours to save. Gordon slipped away as the Yama Kings descended on the brother. He could not watch as they tore the Nameless King apart and bathed in his steaming viscera. He made his way back home to his mother, who was cured, and that was the one time that a living boy outwitted a Yama King.
And that's the story. Like you said, I can see why we liked it. It's basically a fairy tale. Little boy wins in the end. It's the only story about the Yama Kings that contains even a shred of hope. What do you think it means? I don't know. Probably doesn't mean anything. Just a story is all. You're the one who asked. Anyhow. Anyway, is there something else that you want to know? Alright. Question about the walled city? Alright. Let's see if maybe I can get one more story out of her. No? That's not. You walk into a mess. Half-eaten cans of food litter on the floor and personal equipment is strewn about in a haphazard fashion. Within the mess, Wu sits in his bunk with his back against the wall. He has a PDA in his hands and he's staring down at it, sullen and morose. He doesn't acknowledge your entry. Now it's your turn to look like shit. You know it's not true. You think something could make this look bad? He waved his hand towards his face and along his body. No smile. I suppose you want to talk. What are you looking at on the PDA? A video of Edward saying. Where'd you get it? Isabel dug it up. It's archival footage from the Walled City project. What's he like? Younger. I mean, it's from 20 years ago. But he looks like a lot younger and rich and powerful. His name was Edward. Don't you want to see it? Yeah, fire it up. Sure, why not? Wu taps into a button and turns the PDA around so you can see it. Footage shows a serious Chinese man in an expensive suit sitting behind a large solid desk covered in blueprints. The man is holding a magnifying glass over one of the plans and studying it intently. Pulls the blueprint over and checks one beneath it. The nameplate on the desk reads Edward Sang, Vice President of Special Projects. The video is rough and contains no sound. It may have been footage for a documentary that was never completed. The next shot of some sort of planning meeting. In a glass-enclosed conference room, the serious man is sitting at the conference table, pointing to a large map and looking up at the men standing around him. He's explaining something. They all look at each other and nod, clearly impressed by what he had to say. The whiteboard at the end of the room bears the words "Groundbreaking, 21st of May, 2022," written in bold letters. Raymond's writing. Footage cuts to a scene. Two people talking at the end of the long hallway. They don't appear to know that they're being recorded. It's a serious man, listening intently to what an older woman has to say, nodding with his arms crossed and his thumb at his lips. The woman is the same one that was in the taped video call that Conley Chang showed you. Josephine sang. She is somewhere in her late middle age, beautiful and very clearly in charge. The two look up at the same time, see the camera, and begin waving their hands for it to be turned off. The woman appears angry but cold. The video ends and Wu puts the PDA face down in his bunk. Who is that guy? Edward Sang, Vice President of Special Projects for Sang Mechanical Services. Yeah, that's what it looks like, but I still don't believe it. Maybe when we find the plastic-faced man, we'll get more answers. Until then, he stays red and black to me.
been thinking about the way you and Raymond used to butt heads. What about it? I think that's one of the reasons, I think that's one of the reasons you were angry with me when I left. Didn't have a better relationship with him. Raymond and I were tight. You just knew how to avoid conflict better than I did. That's not the same thing. You always had that way of diffusing him when he started with that intenso ray thing he used to do. Remember? Intenso ray. I thought about that in a long time. I think you were the one who came up with that name. It was like the summer after we started living with him and Mrs. Maloney. Ray found out that we hadn't followed one of his rules. I don't remember which. There was a long list. But I think you were still smoking. Yeah, I think that was it. I was smoking, and he was pissed and said that the fat kids who smoke die faster. So just to be obstinate, I told him I liked to smoke, and we got into it. And you came in to defuse the situation. Who stops talking, and expression becomes thoughtful. I think that's why I was so resentful when you took off, especially after Mrs. Maloney died. You were the only one who could get through to him when he became intenso ray. I remember the last time. It was when Double Trey got taken. I don't want to talk about that right now, Fistor. I have enough on my mind as it is. Stuff like that. Stuff like my father betraying my trust. Alright. Who finishes his jumping jacks and grabs a towel. His exposed flesh leaves with perspiration. Ooh, open a porthole. This place reeks. Do you see a porthole, Christopher? Alright, hold on. Still thinking about Edward saying. Take it a moment at a time, huh? Compartmentalize them. Edward saying as a topic in the file cabinet in my head. I'm only thinking about Raymond now, finding out what happened to him, what really happened to him. Take it a moment at a time, huh? That's me, Mr. Focus. We're getting close to the plastic-faced man, Duncan. And no, I haven't stopped thinking about him since we first saw him in that video. The one where he attacked Raymond in the tea house. Wipes down one side of his neck with a towel, folds it, wipes down the other side. Listen, Christopher, I'm not going to press you to take me with you when you get your head out to snatch him. You just take the right people for the job and you get the job done, okay? But I want to be there when you interrogate him. I want to hear what he has to say with my own ears. Are you going to have a problem with that? Of course not. Good. We're brothers, and I hate to have to mess you up. Like I said, you could take me with you on the run or not. It's your call, but I intended to be there for the fun part. Oh well, we'll both have fun with Mr. Plastic Face. Good, let's go to town on it together. This is the guy who knows what the hell is going on. One who may have killed Raymond. I'm gonna squeeze him until I find out what his fucking ancestors know. Just promise me you'll be able to control yourselves, otherwise we are going to have a problem. This is Raymond we're talking about. I'm not going to screw this up. I promise. You told me you were resentful when I took off, but maybe I was thinking, maybe it was thinking about how Raymond handled that thing with Double Trey. And it was about you disappearing for 8 years without a word, but we're past that now. That was a messed up night. A lot of things happen, and I wouldn't be surprised if, I don't know, some emotions got jumbled together. Feelings about the way I handled things? That was part of it, sure. I'm still carrying it around. Mostly it was about Raymond. We'd butted heads before. I'd broken plenty of his rules in the past, but I'd never seen him so disappointed. And I'm still not sure why. I never figured it out. Start from the beginning. So this was 2045. Years after the summer we moved in with Raymond. Hadn't seen DT or Lockjaw or any of the gang in forever. Raymond's rules, no contact with our hoodlum friends. No visiting the squat to check up on them. Your past is just a story. If you can accept that your past loses all power over you. You don't sound anything like them. The way I remember it, we woke in the middle of the night and there was Lockjaw standing in our room covered in blood. My first thought was that Raymond was going to kill us. Can you imagine? A teenage Salish Indian covered in blood in our room, and my first thought is that I might get in trouble for it. Raymond was an intimidating guy when we were young. Isn't it weird? I towered over him, and it just didn't matter. Little man had that way of looking at you, that tone. Who throws his elbow behind him, twists the waist. So Lockjaw's bleeding all over our bedroom, and we were whispering, yelling, "Where's DT? What happened to Double Tray?" 5 minutes later, we're dressed in black and on our way to the Barrens. Now, what were we thinking? We're the ones that owed those guys. DT was the one who took us to the teen center and introduced us to Raymond. And that was a messed up night. The 162s had overrun Leary's squad, better position to take on the nukes. Benzo and Tess were bleeding out like the Hernandez family was half-eaten, and little Joe, the streetwalker with electric false eyelashes, was lying on the floor in 2 parts. We got Double Tray out alive. He was the only one, though. I can still hear Lockjaw screaming as the ghouls took him down. And the 162s wanted something they did not play. Anyway, that was just a lead up. But still, it speaks to my state of mind that night. Why wouldn't I back down when Raymond met us at the door? Neither of you would budge. We both have the strength of the righteous. You and I had broken his rules out of loyalty, out of gratitude. You just didn't get that. Never understood where we came from. And now we know why. He wasn't just some do-gooder who took in some street kids. He was a rich guy used to getting his way. That's what made him so furious. I don't know, Duncan. I think it's because he thought we were playing him. Never thought of it that way before. He didn't think we'd just broken his rules or that we just backslid. He thought we were still street hoods. We were milking him, using him. No wonder he was so angry. He felt betrayed. But you were able to get him to calm down and see reason, to get my side of the story. And all you said was one thing, that thing that his mother used to say to him when he was being so obstinate. Most people do not listen with the intent to understand. They listen with the intent to reply. Most people do not listen with the intent to understand. They listen with the intent to reply. Yeah, that intent to reply thing really got to him. He saw that every time I was talking. He was thinking of the next thing to say. He was only thinking of the next thing to say back. Using his mother words on him really did the trick. I don't know what kind of childhood he had. But the way he looked at you after that... Crazy. He was furious with you, but all I did was quote his mother, and I got the big chill. Maybe he's got mommy issues. And who knows, maybe I got a few daddy issues to deal with. Guess I should try and keep an open mind when we see him. Alright, anytime. Alright, that's enough Duncan talk. Forever. Let's level up here. All right.
Yeah. Yeah. Third point in cyberware affinity. Third point in rifle. Fifth point in rifle. Third point in unarmed. That does it. That's fine. Okay, let's see. What are we gonna do now? Gosh. Well, I can't really buy anything new. So what next? Okay. Yeah, this is all like basically kind of regulation talk about things I already know about. Exit. All right. Oh. Oh, let's do this. Let's do a new mission here. We're doing we're gonna do one more mission here real quick before we wrap up. Which one? Travel to Rinraku warehouse in Tolo Harbor to ambush Gaishu's old red samurai unit. Gaishu must be present. Well, I have a feeling it's gonna be yeah, there we go. Gaichu Raptor Isabel. I know I've been taking Raptor and Isabel on a lot of these missions, especially when the story is about Fist and Duncan. But Duncan is just boring, and he's basically the same as... Basically, it's more or less kind of just, you know, boring. Boring Duncan. I mean, I'm already playing Street Samurai, so... and we've got a second
samurai here. On an actual samurai on this mission that we're kind of required to take. So, yeah. Let's go for it. The Tolo Harbor Industrial Complex is a sprawling maze of warehouses, auto fabrication facilities, shipping container mazes, and corporate power. If something corporate owned is shipped through Hong Kong, it invariably moves through these streets. The Rinraku shipping facility lies far enough away from the heart of Tolo Harbor that you won't have to worry about corporate security with the on-site guards, and Rinraku's extraterritoriality means that any fighting won't risk backup from Rinacops. Alright. Ugh. As you exit the MTR and step onto the Tolo Harbor streets, you're blessedly spared from the rain. An ebb in the constant monsoon with the sweltering heat has left the concrete and your body blessedly free of moisture. Gaiju raises casts a glance at you, and he nods in satisfaction. This is the facility. Past that fence is the warehouse, then the test laboratories. Ishida and his team should arrive mere minutes after we breach their defenses. Is there anything I should... Is there anything I should know about this place? Not that I'm aware of, no. Standard defenses will be in place. Renroku is nothing if not predictable. There'll be armed guards with orders to shoot trespassers on sight. Biometrically locked doors and a secure matrix host with black ice. The facility itself should have guards both inside and in the outer courtyards. While the Red Samurai provide a good backup team, there are too few of them to mount a standing guard. That means that we will be facing standard Renroku security forces. While they're not as potent as better-equipped security, Knight Errant, for instance, they are still skilled combatants. These guys aren't as potent in meat space as their Matrix counterparts. Securitech International is nothing to scoff at. And they're generally guarding pretty heavy hosts. No, they're not as well equipped or trained as their Securitech brethren. Still, they carry a variety of assault weapons and wear heavy armor. They're above average opponents, so it would behoove you not to underestimate them. All right. Hold on. Overclock. Come on now. Foolishness. That fool went right into... Yeah, hold on. Hold on. I messed up all my movements. Which stinks. It's okay. It's okay. All right. So we get in. Flip on the let me make sure that this doesn't backfire. I'm gonna save. We're gonna be kind of micromanage save scumming here. I don't need to waste that. Follow. Right here. Let me zap. You know what? No, we don't have to do that yet. Oh, I messed up. Oh well, it's fine. It's fine. What I can do is this and that, flatten them.
don't know. I don't know. Oh. No? Alright, there we go. Accuracy. I just want my drone out here. Just start blasting. Start blasting. Start blasting. Anyway. Eventually. Ah, we got us the medicalsupplies.com. Alright. Save the game. Wait, what? There's more? I thought we picked that up. Whatever. Alright, let's look at this. Let's look at this. Isabel, will you grab the camera feed off this for me? Sure thing. Definitely rattling out commands on her cyber deck. Isabel shakes her head. Amateur security. Strictly amateur. Comlink springs to life. You are suddenly viewing. What must be the interior of the facility. Two Rinraku security officers are clustered around a wall panel that appears to be malfunctioning. This thing's been giving me trouble all week. The gas pressure circuit's running 55 amps through running at 100,000 volts. Anytime there's a glitch in the system, it shorts out. I don't know what to tell you. I am excuse me. I ain't a mechanic. Raptor, can you rewire this to blow that panel? No problem. Give me one moment and there we have it. 16 damage. Blow it up again. Blow it up again. Do it again. Oh. The panel explodes into a shower of pressurized gas and sparks, searing armor and burning exposed flesh. Comlinks. Oh. And now they're talking like it didn't even happen. That's great. Oh, they just healed up.
Alright. Zap. Alright. Koshe should take care of this. It's a cinch. Oh, come on. Are you kidding me? Surprise! Not enough ammo. Well. Well, I can do this. Sick. I made use of the coup de grace stun attack. Basically, Gaishu has a sword attack, right? That I think it was like one of the perks I chose. And anytime that I attack an enemy's enemy unit that has been stunned with the coup de grace, it deals 100+ points of damage to them. Pretty good stuff. Pretty useful. Pretty useful. Alright, let's save the game here real quick.
As you barge into the office, the lone scientist leaps back to cower against the desk he was working at. Don't hurt me! Please! Oh. A split second later, the scientist stands upright. Expression of profound shock spreads across his face. He takes an involuntarily half step towards Gaichu. Wait, it's you, Saru! The man's amazement is apparent in his voice, which barely rises above a whisper. Renroku management said you were dead, but I knew they were lying. I didn't expect that you would be the one to answer my request. This is a good omen, my friend. Gaichu in turn seems just as surprised as the Renraku employee. Indeed, you were lied to. The shame the Red Samurai suffered due to their inability to kill me is undoubtedly something they wish to hide. I'm glad to see that you're well, but I'm no longer Saru. That code name is long gone. I am now Gaichu. You know this man, Gaichu? Yes, his name is Tanjiro Sasaki. A senior researcher. He has served Renraku for more than a decade. Gaichu smiles faintly, waving a hand towards Tanjiro. You recall how I said I guarded similar facilities? They were usually in service of protecting Tanjiro's projects. Tanjiro is slowly relaxing, although the tremors in his hands indicate that his adrenaline is still thick in his blood. It's true, and believe me, I can help you with what you're here for. Not quite. We're here for a few reasons. You got the fixer job because I arranged this. Why do you think it was so easy to get here? You're not just here for the drone, but to fake someone's death. My death. A group of heavily armed Shadowrunners break in here. It's completely believable that I would be killed in the process. Tanjiro lets out a heavy sigh and wipes his brow. As of now, I've suppressed the alarms. I can undo that once I've reached a safe distance. I will. The samurai will arrive just a moment too late to save the research and me. So we've already helped you. What can you do for us? The Red Samurai team will rush to this building as soon as the alarms are released. I'll give you the code I wrote in my Overwatch program. Just use it on one of the security mainframes when you're ready. You'll have time to set up any ambush you like. Cradling his chin in one hand, Gaichu's eyes narrow. Typically, we would send the main force in through the front, leaving one team member aside to flank the opposition. It would be advantageous for us to isolate one of them and pick them off before the main force engages us. Gaichu snaps his finger suddenly, looking at Gaichu. Tanjiro snaps his finger suddenly, looking at Gaichu. You can use the quarantine room. It can be programmed to destroy contaminants or apply lethal amounts of electricity. Regardless of which you pick, it should certainly kill anyone attempting to pass through it. Yes, that could work. Gaichu nods to you, expression bright. If we were to make the quarantine room look like the point of ingress, it would send at least one of the team there, while the main squad utilized standard routes, namely entering through the front door. Fist, we should let Tanjiro go. He's given us more than enough to accomplish the task at hand, and he is a friend of sorts. I'd be sorry if any harm came to him. Well, alright. Okay, get out of here, Tanjiro. Tanjiro bows low. Thank you. You have no idea what it's been like, living under Rinraku's thumb. You're giving me the chance to start again, hopefully with a better life. He turns to face Gaichu, smiling faintly. And it's you. It's because of you. I found the strength to leave Renraku. That they couldn't find or kill you was a sign that I could escape as well. I admired your tenacity, your drive. Thank you, Tanjiro. That means more to me than I think you know. Go. They'll be coming for us soon enough. I want you to be well out of here when they arrive. Nodding, Tanjiro bolts towards the door. Alright. Our prototype drone. Alright. Alright, it's decking time. Cool. Ah. Wait for it. Oh. I'm in just the right place, too. Okay. I'm in just the right place. Oh, no. Oh. Are you kidding me? Why can't I hit you? Oh my gosh. See, that's why I hate fighting with those things, not just because it makes the, getting through here riskier, but also because the hit rate is just atrocious. gonna watch this again. There we go. Okay, now, I'm gonna step out for just a second, or 2 or 3 or 300, 300 seconds.
I can't talk to the cow. Hello? Ah! Oh, stop it with the bombs. What? Wait, I'm so confused. Aren't I supposed to be able to get milk from here?
So many penises. I'm actually still working on a penis. I still have it like on the screen. I'm not going to show you guys. I don't have it hooked into the capture card. Plus, that's for my eyes only. But I'm going to finish up what I started. It's got rockets on it. It's a big phallus with rockets and fans. And boy, so if you guys are making penises in Tears of the Kingdom, post it in Discord. Let us see it. A rocket one, rather.
I don't know how to dodge that. Just get hit by it, I guess. Oh yeah, the guy named Skovax made it cheese. It's pretty good, right? Seriously, 67. Okay, 1. How sad. I thought I was supposed to do something there. Can I yellow dash to the side? Maybe. To dodge the big
What the fuck just happened?
sword. He says he has 1 hit point.
Does this really keep the drugs?
Going for the legs.
Wait a minute. Screamers! Screamers! We found them! We have to kill the screamers with a shotgun. There's one down.
Yeah, man, fun stuff.
mind keeping an eye out for
Shut
something.
up! Fuck up, that's Valentine. Shut the fuck up.
Don't know how possible it is. Oh. See red. See red. Do I got him? Do I got him? Boom through the dome. Oh, 551 meters. Holy shit.
Oh boy. Get out, Cap. Only I make the puns here.
It's actually well done. Alright, we're gonna get amber treat. And we're gonna get 12 amber treats. It's so ridiculous, it is. So we're gonna get amber knob. But yeah, this is really the amber show. My presence is really secondary.
Let me look on you with my own eyes. I can't fucking see.
Open. Yep. Run. Open. Run. Open.
I added here. It's inevitably gonna break, though, isn't it? Curse you! And
I alone have kept Her Majesty safe here. I doubted friend and foe alike. Trust me,
If I had to question why this wasn't as successful as 10, I would have said the characters. I mean, I think it wasn't as successful as 10 because it wasn't finished.
This is the last hour. Oh, we're free. Oh, okay. We're good. We're good. Crisis averted. Crisis averted. Oh boy. God. Fuck me. How the fuck did I do that? Oh my god. That's hilarious. And slightly scary, but you know.
we're being attacked!
Jobstone. I used to like imitate those all the fucking time as a kid. Like I practiced that shit. We're being attacked! Or something like that. I'd have to do it without the headphone. We're being attacked! Something like that.
I don't like that. Hot dogs are expensive just to passerby. I agree. Alright, this thing is gonna destroy me. That zoom was automatic, which is awesome. That's so cool. I'm fine.
Okay, so it's still not the same with
Will I be able to safely drop down?
Alright. Let's jump back in to the Matrix. Re-enter the Matrix. Or whatever. Okay. What do we gotta watch out for?
Just gotta see where the cut is. There's the cut. We're good. I just gotta wait. Calm down. Here we are. Save the game. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and eat the trace there. And hit the data store for pay data. This has been too long. Hit the elevator door. Jack out. Alright. Now. Manage. Take that advanced med kit. I'll take that shamanic salve to give it to you. Guide shit. No, give it to Isabel. Mac. How's it going? You're doing well. Purple Mac. What's going on down here? Nice. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. A lot of reading, but it's fun. Wait, did I There we go. We'll give this to Raptor. All right, now. Got some planning to do. Big plans. What are we gonna trap in here? This is the quarantine room. If we bait the quarantine room, one of the team members will move through it to flank us, since Tanjiro's program gives us access to their comm channels. We can choose who to draw in. The other three will enter through the front door. I can bait the quarantine room in to draw in one of the samurai. They'll split up, but it won't deviate from standard protocol very much. The remaining three will remain together. We have three choices. We can bring in Sasaki and eliminate her magical support. We can draw in Takagawa to cut down on the long-range sniper fire. We can draw in whoever the replacement heavy gunner is. I'm not the leader. No need to face Ishida myself. No, I need to face Ishida myself. This is a reckoning that has been years in coming. Besides, the commander will never separate from the majority of the squad unless there's no other choice. Let's bait it for the sniper. All right. So now, wait, hold on. Can we? No, we cannot unsuppress. No, yes, we can unsuppress it down here. Terminal glows blankly, awaiting your command to unsuppress the alarm system and tap into the Red Samurai communications channel. Just in case this messes up completely. Set the trap. Gaichu licks his lips in anticipation. Now they will learn what it is to face me in true combat. No more running and no more hiding. Tonight we end this for good. While we hide in the,
That's right. Did I just... Did I just take out the leader that just like that? Okay. I didn't really. It just, just looked that way. Got him on visual. You foolish, foolish man. Anyway. Mission accomplished. So-called Red Samurai. He shit lies on the cold tile, gasping for breath. His armor is rent and tattered, but his eyes still burn with rage. He spits at Gaichu as you approach. Gaichu, honorless cur. I regret the day I ever began teaching you. You're truly depraved to kill your own brothers rather than submit to what's right. Gaichu, yes. That's my name, as everything of my old life has been taken from me. Gaichu lifts the tip of his sword, placing it squarely on Ishida's chest. What is honor if it's built on a lie? What is duty if the dogma behind it is corrupt? Narrowing his eyes, the red samurai presses his chest upwards, so the blade begins to gouge his armor. What do you know of it, vermin? Every red samurai who has become subhuman has taken their life. Everyone but you. You're a disgrace to the order and a disgrace to your people. Big words coming from a fascist. You've been blinded by indoctrination, Ishida. Gaichu bares his teeth in a wicked grin. For years, you were taught that it was pure to be pure was to be powerful, that metahumans, the infected, the deformed, were to be scorned for their weaknesses. Yet here I stand, and there you lie, broken. You think a victory over Sasaki Takagawa and me makes you superior? Ah, you'll spend the rest of your days Useless days cowering in darkness, eating the flesh of your betters. You're no better than an animal, skilled though you may be. Snarling and infuriated, Gaichu hurls his katana to the floor. He reaches out to grab Ishida by the collar, yanking him up so that their faces are only an inch apart. You said that the Red Samurai were the best, the strongest, the most capable. Those who were non-human were unworthy of consideration. You told me that I would be better for having joined you. But it's a lie. I was infected, and I became better than I was. Your own blindness allowed me to escape. Blind to my skill, and blind to the power of the impure. Gaichu lifts one hand, claws glittering the pale warehouse light. His fingers splay out like an array of knives. I was not superior because I was Red Samurai. I was Red Samurai because I was superior. I chose my own fate. I make my own destiny. The ghoul draws back, his hand back, jagged shark's teeth bared as he presses them to Ishida's ear. I will show you the strength of my disease, Ishida. I'll make you like me, and you will be cast out, just as I was. I survived and remained intelligent because I have the will to do so. Can you say as much? Oh gosh. Reap what you sow, Ishida. Ishida's head falls back as he laughs, but the laughter turns to bloody coughing. You think I'll let you infect me, monster? I'll do what you are too weak to. I'll take my own life like the 47 Ronin of old. Such a foolish boy. Foolish? You underestimate me, old man. Gaichu drops Ishida, his head bouncing off the tiled floor with a sharp crack. Oh gosh. Then we shall see, Gaichu. And if you are wrong, I shall meet you again in my next life and try to teach you to do better. Do what you will, this is between the two of you. I will show you your inner weakness. Guts, blood, the sounds that follow are viscerally, intensely horrifying. The crunch of bone mates with the sound of wet flesh tearing under the pressure of jagged ghoul teeth. As a high counterpoint comes Ishida's screaming of horror and pain, and undoubtedly some measure of the terror of what Gaichu is doing to him. Eventually, Ishida passes out. Gaichu rises, wiping copious amounts of blood from his mouth with the back of his hand. It's accomplished. He's unconscious, but he will live. Let us be done with this. Well, I can't talk to him anymore. That's too bad, because I had some stuff I had to say to you too, Ishida. You ever play Samurai Western? Good game. It's a good game. You should play it sometime. Ishida. Anyway, see you later. You won't be able to play it anymore. I don't know, maybe you can. Who knows? Who knows? People pulled it off. Sun's rays paint Hong Kong's mountains in a palette of orange and gold as they speed outside the train. With a final flash, the sun dips below the horizon, foretelling the inevitable descent into night. Gaichu is silent as you walk back to the MTR station. His body remains as tense as the cables on a suspension bridge, but his expression is triumphant. Ishida has been punished. All that awaits him is a slow descent into hunger and possibly madness. That's that. Oh. Excellent. Excellent. What have I got? Karma. I've got 9 karma to burn. Well,
Alright. Jobs. Sell the experimental Renraku drone. You sent a quick email to Kindly Ching informing her of the drone you recovered from Renraku. Oh, a few months later, a message pops up on the screen. Brave of you to do side work without telling me. Or stupid. Take your pick. Luckily, Auntie Chang knows plenty of buyers for your new toy. I'll send a finder's fee over to you right away. Alright, pay data. Renraku product launch. Alright. First of all, Gaichu. The dim cabin's air is thick with pungency of incense. A small, rudely constructed altar sits near Gaichu's box of mementos. Consists of a wooden box, a few trinkets, and a bowl for burning incense. Gaichu himself is polishing his sword again. He runs a claw along the length of the blade, feeling and listening for nicks and dents. Good evening, Fist. Good evening, Fist. A fine evening, isn't it? He puts the sword aside and smiles in your general direction. What can I do for you? I sort of assumed you'd want to talk about what happened with your team. Of course, I have thoughts about it, but why would I burden you or anyone else with them? If you would like to talk about it, then we may, by all means. I'm a private person by nature, however. This is why I did not seek you out to speak on it. Of course I want to talk about it. Are you okay? Curious question. Am I, all right, the one who survived? The one who has now shed his own life entirely? Who no longer need worry about assassins on his heels? I am more than all right. I'm free. The team is all dead, save for Ishida. He will know what it's like to feel the disease burn through his brain, stripping logic and artistry, and leaving only hunger in his wake. When it is done, I am certain he will be an animal. While I remain, whatever it is I am, Gaichu, the one that may speak and act as a free being. Okay. Gaichu grins thinly, cradling his chin in one hand. There is some poetic justice in this, I feel. He claims of my weakness. He claims of my weakness mirrored by his own descent into feral madness. Yet here I am, one with enough willpower to survive and prosper despite my ill fortune. It's your choice, so long as you stand by it, that's what matters. Thank you for understanding that. The ability to choose consciously is what sets me apart from other ghouls. Understand Ishida was a product of the same training that shaped me. But unlike me, he has never had the training proven wrong. He always believed he was the strongest, the best, and that he was unbeatable by lesser creatures. He would never have learned. His xenophobia and arrogance would have ruled him his entire life. Men like Ishida are the reason that Japan refuses to accept that the awakening was a natural affair, and ships metahumans to Yomi Island. I was taught that people like Duncan, Gobbett, and Isabel are subhuman, yet I have seen what they can accomplish, and I am impressed. What will you do now? Gaichu recoils, expression one of rank incredulity. Surely you're joking with me. I'll stay here, and aid you in your endeavors. I have no other life to run to, nor anyone else to call friend. As you evaded me, so too will I aid you. The life in the shadows is the most free and open I have ever felt. I have no desire to go or do anything else. Perhaps later I will, but not anytime soon. What did you think of that last mission? This is what we're talking about already, is it not? Yes, I think it has. My lesson to Ishida should not end with him.
If becoming a ghoul has allowed me to prosper and become stronger, surely it should hone my instincts, just as my training has honed my swordsmanship. If I can apply the same focus to my new nature as I did to my skills in combat, I am certain I can prove that to be a ghoul is to only be different, not lesser. I knew this before logically, but I did not feel it. To know and feel are two things entirely. Regardless, Ishida's sword is now mine. It is a newer blade than my own and appears to be made with some manner of enhanced die-coat process. Along the tungsten carbide edge. They misspelled edge. He lifts his katana, running one claw across the back of the blade. I've noticed a marked improvement in my speed when using it, particularly with follow-through moves. Should an enemy fall to this sword, I'll be able to reposition much more rapidly. You regret having to kill your unit? No, I do not believe I do. We were locked on a dance that could only end with my death or theirs. We chose that path, consciously or not, and I am unwilling to die so that they can live. I value my life, even changed as it is. Their insistence on following the strictures of their... Wow, they're just getting sloppy all over the place with spelling and everything. Strictures is not a misspelling. I don't know. Ensured this end, just as my refusal to die did. I regret that only circumstance and training led us to this point. They were still family to me, even to the end. But if your family turned on you and tried to kill you, you would defend yourself. And same to you, my friend. Alright. Welcome back. That's about the last run. Let's commend our ghoulish friend for his planning and organizing this run. We solved a problem for him, diverted attention away from ourselves, and got paid in the process. Not bad. Not bad at all. What's more, the activity gave me this opportunity. This activity gave me the opportunity to test Koshei's combat effectiveness against one of the premier paramilitary organizations in the Sixth World today. The Red Samurai are no slouches when it comes to warfare, as you well know. Such a proud moment, watching my little creation hold its own against him. I must confess, when the last of our enemies fell, my heart felt fit to burst. A great victory, my friend. A great victory all around. Alright. Goodbye, my friend. Have an enjoyable evening. Alright. Cool. Been on, what, 6 hours now? This is just about a good place to stop. I'm gonna talk to Isabel. Question about the whole city. For now. Thoughts about the last run? What do you want me to say? We helped him kill his old unit. You know, that was important to him, but as far as I'm concerned, I was only there for the drone. It's nice that we could help him out, but I'm not a charity. I'm in it for the money. The way he decided to finish off Ishida leaves me cold. Not gonna lie. I think he should leave the team after that stunt. I won't force the issue, but keep that freak away from me. Turning your old commander into a ghoul to make a point? That's a 100% psychopathic move. I didn't like him much before, but at least he seems safe. Jeez, Isabel, alright. So how you're just gonna that gift the rat, or the shiny object or whatever is given to you? It's good. I mean, probably not like morally good, but I think I can use it. What is it? What does it do? Well, it's kind of like a grenade. When I throw it, it goes boom. Not out here in the real world, but in the astral plane. It's pretty impressive. As for what it actually does, it scares the shit out of anyone who gets caught in the blast. Makes them act like idiots. They run around with their hands in the air, forget who's shooting at them, and they stand around with their fingers in their ears. Handy, huh? Yeah, it sounds great. I'm just a little iffy on how you got this and why. Don't be. It came from Rat. I'm sure of that. Dancing rodents in my vision were a pretty good indicator. So, here's the thing. When I use this thing, what I think I'm doing is opening a bunch of temporary cracks in the astral plane. Just little ones, only wide enough for sounds to pass through.
People in the blast radius can hear things on the other side. So let's say I throw this sucker at someone and it goes off. Boom! All of a sudden, that poor slob can hear things that got into Malvina shrieking in his brain. Sounds unpleasant. Yeah, bad time for them. All those voices at once, yelling and babbling and cursing, doing their Rat King thing. It'll drive you nuts, right? That's basically what it does. Drives people mad. Makes them work against their own self-interest. Like temporary insanity in pebble form. As long as you're comfortable using the thing, I'm all for it. How many did Rat give you? That's the best part. After I use one of these and go to bed, I find another one in my hand the next morning. I tried it a couple of times now and it keeps happening. Toss, explode, nap, visions of dancing rat, and ta-da! New magic pebble. Using this feels right in a way that the shiny object never did. I think it's Rat's reward for me to taking Malvina down or something. I don't know exactly. I never heard of this happening to anyone before. Anyway, it should help us moving forward, and considering what we're heading up against next, I think we can use all the help that we can get. Alright, got it. We're finally back on track, so got another lesson for me? No, Seattle, no more lessons. You don't need them. You're just as much a runner as I am now. There might even be a thing or two that I can learn from you. All that can wait, though. We got this whole situation with Wall City, and your foster dad, and gun show, and all that to be taken care of. It's kind of a mouthful. Lots of players involved. Tons of intrigue. Honestly, I'm kind of enthralled by this whole thing. Can't wait to see how it turns out. Me either, Cobbett. I guess we'll just see how this thing plays out together. You're damn right we will. Oh, in Seattle? Hot on the hot plate. It's always full. I keep a soup going on that thing 24/7. If you ever want any, you're welcome. Just come on in. I love the company. I'm gonna make you regret that offer. You're gonna eat a lot of. I'm gonna make you regret that offer. I can eat a lot of soup. Yeah? Can't wait to see you prove it. Maybe later though. It's getting late and I could use some shut-eye. You choosing sleep over soup? Who are you and what did you do with Gobbet? Haha. Scurry along now. Your former mentor needs your rest. Ah, man. Cool. Right, Duncan. Anything new, Duncan? Let's talk later. Gun show. Gun show. Alright. What are we looking like money-wise? Alright, show me what you got. I do want to upgrade my armor at some point here. The problem is it doesn't really give me a ton of stuff to work with. Let me see how the folks are doing. Frederick's got a lot on his mind. Henry's got a lot on his mind. Callum's thinking. Big thinks. Big brain dimension. Ermine. Alright. What's the best rifle you got? Minigun? I mean... Thing is, I could use a minigun now. But to do so... Alright, yeah, we're gonna... Well... It's okay. It's okay. What am I gonna do for, I'm gonna spin points. I shouldn't have spent a point in pistol. What do I want to use? What do I want to spin this on? Quickness. And put the rest in. I'm tempted to put the rest in dodge, honestly. Yeah, quickness and dodge. That works. works. That works. Keep it simple. Okay. Oh, well, next is another job. We're gonna. The next thing we're gonna do is damage. Is rearrange some furniture in a bad way. That's the next thing that we're gonna do, I think. But that's gonna be Tuesday. Not Tuesday. That's gonna be next Friday. That's gonna be next Friday. We're gonna do. Yeah. I think the way it's gonna go is next Friday we're gonna do. We're gonna do the Sky Tower mission, and we're gonna do the Repulse Bay mission, and then next Saturday we're gonna do these other two, maybe, possibly, probably, and then whatever's left. Whatever's after this Dreamland mission, we'll do the week after that. We'll do the week after that. We got 2 missions done tonight. Not a bad run. Not a bad time. Not a bad Shadowrun. Save the game. Alright. Oh, gosh. Okay.